Well, g'day guys, welcome to episode 10, the BIG Stonker. We finally got here, we're here, we're
Done it.
yeah, we got here, we're excited, we're pumped, we're gonna go for a long time, so I've got an esky next to me full of alcohol, and yeah,
same, bros.
I came, so
yeah.
cheers, Darryl.
So we'll just say like we have, hey,
yeah, we're live.
happy 10th.
We're live.
We're live, are we?
We've already got our first comments. Hey guys,
Have we?
Barry is blurry, thank fuck. Well,
Barry's
mate,
blurry as fuck.
Don't worry about that,
Barry's
mate.
blurry as
It's a
fuck.
special feature. So we'll bust through our buddy controls. So the supporters, I want to say a big thank you as always. Got Devil and you know, old Hollywood here finally got on to me and made sure I sorted out these discount codes. So we finally got discount codes. So Devil Accessories, that's my business, got stickers, four drive accessories, Renegade grips, and they do all your in-car hand grips. So customise your car, bling it up. I'm sure you'll be onto that soon, Brad, old Hollywood there.
Yeah, I will be, mate, I will be.
Anarchy Auto Care, all your car care products, which is absolutely amazing. Makes your washing your car easy, or you can go to the extreme and make it a show car. And we also got Provoked Apparel, do all your apparel from one-off custom designs to 500 shirts, or you can go check out their range. And so our discount codes are for Anarchy Auto Care, they've come on top with 15% off, so that's Yarnsman 15. So 15%.
That's pretty sick.
More.
That's pretty sick. Yeah, that's it's me. Good on him.
And then all the rest are Yarnsman 10. So we finally got a discount card.
That's
so
beautiful.
If that's something you're interested in, go check them out and get something off for it. So yeah, big thanks to them guys. Appreciate the support.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. Yeah, and we're going to jump in. I'm going to get Fee to organise it tomorrow, bros. We discussed it off air. Yeah, we're going to do the same thing across our Red Dust Adventures Big Cartel, and we might just do it up until Christmas, and then we'll sort of we'll go do to the 25th of December. Yarnsman 10, and we'll just have 10% off. Yeah, all our merch as well, our hats and our t-shirts, our stickers, our patches and stuff. So jump on board there, legends. And then if it's successful and we've sort of made our first million, then we'll extend it until indefinitely. But yeah,
if you put that discount code in, does it come signed and stuff or what?
Yeah, there's someone autographed, taken photo with it. We'll get a little. Signed photograph, and we'll send it out as a package. Yeah, personal message. That's it. That's him, Russ. Yeah. We appreciate those guys jumping on board and supporting the potty. It's massive. We say it each week, and and again the discount code, guys, is if it helps your pockets and you can get a good product and you get a little bit off. How good's that? That's a win-win for everyone, isn't it? So what do you reckon, Buzz? You're looking sharp again, looking cute as a button.
Well, I put the vote out, so
Big Bad Baz.
the background, we're creating this
I did
character
see,
Barry.
I did see the vote.
I don't know, I just sort of lately been trying to get back to like wind on YouTube and rah, and we've both struggled with that in the past, and I was like, the whole idea of the YouTube channel was to be funny. The Jag the Joker, my initials are Jag. I'm always joking around. I was like, let's get back to doing that. So I was like, I should create a character. That would just be funny. I've talked about it in the past, and so I've created this character, Barry. And so he's supposed to be, I suppose, similar to me, but just this farmer with a mullet and just dumb as fuck. And he just I just want to do some funny videos with him, and I can play as a character. We can be just extra stupid. So we did a reel with the Kojak Tyre Service. One of my supporters.
Yeah, that was wicked.
We went in there and just did a stupid join me as my first day as a content creator for their shop, and the whole video is me doing funny faces into the camera and all that. So we put the vote out, Buzz. We got 100%. No one said no to Barry coming on the podcast. So Barry's here. Barry's ready to sink
Barry's
piss.
it.
They'll be stumbling out the door by the end of it. So,
good job, Baz. Good to see.
Yeah.
So you have put the link up for the followers, eh, Bros?
Yeah, Raz, it's all live. We got one. I don't know who this is. We got wrong. It just says wrong. I don't know who's chatting it.
That might be Nate from Wrong Turn Adventures.
I reckon would be. So he said, "Hey guys, Barry,
welcome, Nate.
Fuck, thank fuck," and he says, "Good job, guys. Appreciate the discount." So, mate, anything for you, brother. Anything for you.
yeah. Stick around, Nate, if you've got time, because we are. Nate has sent in a bit of a story, a backstory to one of our previous episodes, and we are going to read that out at some stage. I will let you know though, Big Bad Baz, I've clicked on that thing on the side and I cannot see who's joined and what they're saying or anything. So you're gonna have to tell me, Buzz, because it's all pretty foreign to me, as you know.
Oh,
what happens if I click on the people thing, Buzz?
Yeah, that's
what happens if I?
We're fucked already. The chat should be a chat icon somewhere. You fucking.
Yeah, I've clicked on the chat.
Ain't fucking technology.
I'm just clicking buttons, bros.
Yeah, just click it. It might disappear finally. That'd be good. And now I'll just fucking run it myself.
Yeah. Hollywood's gone, Barry's here. So no, I can't.
Barry and Jade.
I can't see anyone. So if you're there,
mate.
Yeah, so if you're there, thanks for joining. I appreciate it.
3 people, mate. We're fucking, just behind Joe Rogan as usual. So I overtaking Joe now.
Yeah. No,
what's been happening? What's been happening?
Essentially just working, mate. Working, doing a bit of editing. I'm hoping to have part 3 of my Pilbara Boys trip. It was actually meant to be out tomorrow, but I'm having heaps of drama with storage on my computer at the moment. So I've tried to export it twice now and it just isn't playing the game. So I'll have to sit down there tomorrow and see how I go. Otherwise, I'll potentially, probably, I don't know, I'll drop it next week some stage. I'm not that stressed. I want to get it out just because it needs to stay relevant to the previous ones. But yeah, we've been flat out at work. I've just come off three night shifts. I think we did a couple of, we did 10 or 11 days of day shift, and then stood down, went fishing with a mate, had a pretty late night on the piss fishing, all we caught is sharks, and then went straight in for night shift, 3 nights. And yeah, I'm like anyone that sort of works with me and knows me and my business knows me, I hate night shift, mate. I struggle with it now that I'm a bit older. And yeah, it was a case of, one of my superintendents was really chopping me out, and the only way he could get me that little bit of extra work if I could jump on a night shift, because the roster was already set. So Byron, I know he sometimes watches the potty or listens to it. He lives in the UK, so I think he listens to us talk shit when he flies home to the UK. So thanks, Byron. He looked after me, got me 3 days of nights, and fucked me for 2 weeks because I can't get over it. But anyway, so I'm in full zombie mode. So I'm doing that, and then obviously, mate, last day tomorrow for fee at work, and then Friday we fly down to Perth for the Fall Drive Show. Spend the weekend down there, and finally get to fucking shake your hand, bros. Yeah, have a beer with you and shake your hand and. You can actually sort of make.
Just because we do a podcast together, mate, doesn't mean you can fucking skip the queue for, photos and signatures, mate. You still have to wait in fucking line, alright? I will be going straight to the front. Let it be known. Yeah, so mate, looking forward to that. We'll fly down on Friday. We'll be catching up with our besties on Friday. A couple, our besties from Port Edlin there, and our besties from down in Perth or down at Donnybrook. Been friends with these guys for as long as we've been in Port Edlin, and we're actually planning another trip in a couple of years with these guys, and they were the guys that we did the Simo crossing with. Pretty special people in our lives, so we're going to catch up with them Friday all together. Since we actually haven't all been together, the 6 of us, since I think it was 2022 when we did the Simo crossing, so
hanging out to get down there and catch up with those guys, and we're going to head out for. I think we'll do the show on Friday. I think we fly in lunchtime. We'll do a bit of the show on Friday. Catch up with a few people on Friday. You know, if we stagger across them, and then we'll go out for dinner with those guys Friday night. Then Saturday, just hit the show. Catch up with your big ugly Malin and a few other guys. We've sort of made a bit of a booking. I'm going to catch up with Brendan from Ocean Art Adventures. Hopefully he'll make his way down. It'd be good to meet him in the flesh and shake his hand and have a bit of a laugh and that with him. And Big Trav and Steve-O. Big Trav's Adventures and Old Mates Off-Road, Steve-O. They're heading down the show, and I've sort of booked a bit of a bloody date with those lads to catch up with them and have a yarn and all the rest of it. And then there's obviously quite a few other people that I want to get down there and meet, mate, that I've never met and spoken to and followed and stuff like that. So I've got a bit of a hookup with Nath from Screen Print Oz, who does all our screen printing. New shirts. Good job, Nath. They just come in there's a bit of a story behind the whole. He sent them express post bloody 2 weeks ago, and they hadn't turned up, but we actually didn't get a notification. They've actually been sitting at the post office for a week now. So they turned up in the 28th. So I was getting a bit infuriated. I was getting a bit shitty, and we'd had a couple of conversations, and he was doing his best. Nathan was actually going to go out and buy some extra shirts out of his own pocket just to get some shirts for us for the show. But anyway, they've turned up and they've turned out mint. So thanks, Nathan. Good shout out to him. But he's actually on the stand with Luke from Wildfire Touring. He's helping him out for the weekend. So I'm going to go and catch up with him. You know, I've spoken to Luke for a long time and never met him. So hanging out to catch up with him too. And Joel from Campus Choice. And there's an array of different people. I don't want to sort of I'll forget someone and then someone will be dirty. I won't want to talk to when I get there. So there's a few people that we want to catch up with, and obviously catching up with you and the unprofessionals, the mad dogs, and then whoever else we sort of we see along the way. There's potential that we'll recognise someone down there or something, and we'll go and introduce ourselves and say hi. So hanging out for that, mate. We haven't been to a full drive show for bloody nearly 20 years, I reckon, man, Fee. So you keen, bros? You keen to get down to the show? Because you're a guest, mate. You're on the stand. You're on the unprofessional stand. You're a big dog.
Yeah, I'll need to go as Barry so I can just act like a dickhead and get out of my nervousness. But
wouldn't matter what you went as, mate. You'll still be a dickhead. Let it be known.
I'm Kate. Big shout out to Unprofessionals. We support them with double accessories, so we've started doing some stickers and stuff for them and doing prizes and stuff like that. And old Ethan hollowed out and said, come Saturday, come and hang out with us. And so we're doing up heavy stickers. So if anyone's watching live, if you pop down, they've got some free stickers there. Myself and the professionals, I believe they're giving, and they've got a giveaway. So I think you can scan some QR code, and we've got a list of people that are giving away gifts and prizes. So that'll be pretty good. And then we got us a spot in the old after party, so I got to hang out with all the big guns. So
big dogs.
Yeah, I've had to,
just in there swinging.
It's cost me a bit because I've had to have a private security team to try and keep them away from me. I don't want to be hassled with cameras and signatures and stuff all the time.
Here we go. Here we go.
I use Hollywood now, I'm gunning for the name. But no, it's pretty cool. I went. I think it was last year. I went for the first time, and since I was a kid, went to the Perth Four Drive show. And it's the. I'm not a big people person or bulk people person, so don't mind doing that once a year, and it is pretty good. Like the products that are coming out, and you just get a sense of everything. I'm not necessarily going there to spend money. Not that I've got much to spend as you are, but it's pretty cool. Like the Shed Life, Mac Preston, he's coming over. I just as literally clicked on his video before he's rebuilt his 79 with the canopy and all that. Looking pretty flash, so it'd be cool to see a couple of Sam Miles over there with his big car and all this sort of stuff. So it's pretty cool to see the builds, like the top end content creators, like some of the builds they're doing. So
nice.
You always dream. So and it'd just be cool to hang out and yeah, I don't know. It's pretty daunting, really, hanging out. It's, you got, I don't know how many thousands of people rock up, so
Yeah, absolutely, mate.
busy
Absolutely.
day. And then, yeah, hopefully Sunday we'll chill out with you guys and see where we go with that.
Yep.
And, yeah,
Yep.
busy weekend.
That
Busy
sounds
weekend.
mint. Yeah.
So,
That sounds mint, mate. And look, I just need you to remember, like, just because you're there with all the top dogs, don't forget don't forget your grassroots, eh? Don't forget where you come from, Russ.
I might get a signing, for another podcast. Who knows?
Oh, well. So anyone that is, I can't see if anyone's on the stream now. So anyone that's on there, I'm actually looking for a replacement for Jaden. So if any of you are keen, yeah, Jaden's going to jump off and go and join the unprofessionals. So I'm looking for a replacement.
6 people. So someone's comment just says A, so if you want your name said on the podcast, you have to type it in, but it says, can you find any more fishing rods, Brad?
Yeah, I need a couple more, eh?
In the background.
Mate, I tell ya, it's only been restricted by the wife, I tell you, because if the wife didn't put restrictions on, here would be a lot more sitting there.
Look at the background too. One of them's still got the tag on it, so he's just bought it to put in the background for the podcast.
Well, there's a bit of a story behind that rod. So, I buy a bit of gear through Hot Tackle on their sales because they have ridiculous prices. Generally speaking, I buy all my gear up here locally at Smirky's, our local fishing store. Absolute legends. Shout out to Smirk. He wouldn't be watching this, but anyway, just in case he is, could get a discount code from Smirky's. But yeah, look, to be honest with you, they had a deal on all these Penn rods at Hot Tackle, and I wanted an overhead rod for like the boat. And I read it, wasn't real sure on what I was reading, and so I do a bit of liaison with Jaden from the Unprofessional Travellers, and he's a bit of a guru on his rods, and he says to me all the time, like, don't go buying shit. If you want something, like, yell out, I'll tell you whether it's worth it or not. And I tried to get a hold of him, and he was obviously working, and I just pulled the trigger on it, bought that rod thinking it was something else, and it wasn't what I thought it was when it got here. So it's actually built for one of these big sort of $2,000 reels and all the rest. It's not the rod I thought I was getting. So anyway, I've got this rod that I'll probably potentially never ever use, but it looks sick. So anyway, it was. I think it's a $500 rod, and I got it for like $230 or some bloody thing, mate. So it was a good deal. That's how I got it across the line to Fee anyway. But so there is a story. It's not because I'm just trying to promote Penn or anything. It's just I actually bought the wrong rod. But anyway. So shout out to whoever said about the rods.
It was old Krusty.
Yeah.
Krusty and what he's walking into you.
Yeah. Is it Krusty, is it? Mm. I hope it is Krusty because he would be. Yeah, I knew he would be. Yeah, so plenty more rods to go in there, Krusty. And all going well, mate. I'll get a couple of trout rods in there and I'll come down there and I'll show you how to get a brown or a rainbow on the line for you.
Yeah, well,
saying you can't.
Any fishing sponsors, hook us up. I'm not interested in fishing. I'll just drink all the piss, but
yep.
We're still chasing that beer.
Or you can bait your rods, mate.
We had that beer sponsor offer, but we turned it down because they couldn't keep up. I thought 10 cartons each a week was pretty fair, but they said they couldn't keep up. There's still the rest of Australia to provide for, so we kindly turned it down. So we prefer to, something small too, like Great Northern or Carlton Dry or anything like that.
Yeah, any kind of vodka too. Like we pretty much predominantly drink vodka, so anyone that's having a bit of Grey Goose, jump on Grey Goose. Yeah, Absolute, Greyers. Shout out to Absolute. Yeah.
So we're gonna roll on slowly with our questions. I mean, we got hours, but
yeah, mate. Yeah, we do.
Just so we're not shit talking the whole time.
There'll be plenty of that. There'll be plenty of shit talking, but just need you, mate, because obviously you've blocked me from the comments, so you're gonna have to keep up to speed with that, bros.
The Instagram ones. The ones that have been
I knew what you meant. But if you're on the live stream, guys, anyone that has jumped on already and is staying on and We understand that we've, because Krusty did give me and when I say Krusty, anyone that doesn't know who we're talking about, a guy in his troopy, check him out on all the socials. Bloody good YouTube channel. Great bloke. We speak, we bloody nearly speak almost daily, or at least a couple of days a week. Me and Krusty, and absolute legend. Another bloke who I really bounce off a lot is. He's a real big supporter of us, of Fee and I, and our channel, and just us as people. And I don't really sort of class Krusty as such like another, YouTuber or bloody social media person. I class him as a mate. He's a good mate, and he's honest, he's genuine, he loves the banter. He can banter and talk as much shit as anyone I've ever met, and I haven't even met him, but I tell you, he's right up there. But as genuine as the day's long. Bloody great channel, great bloke, and all about him. So shout out to you, Krusty. I know, because it's probably late where you are, mate, and you'll probably go to bed early because you're old and frail. So hang in there, mate, if you can. But anyone else that's joined, welcome and thank you for coming along.
Big shout out. Guys,
so
if you want to, since he can't see it, just feel free to roast the fuck out of Brad, so he won't be able to see it. I'll keep it my secret.
Smoke me. That's all good. Happy days. That's good. But obviously I've got a few questions there, mate. I don't know how you want to do, because obviously we did get a video message from Big Trav and Steve-O. Absolute legends. They did a little camp on the weekend. I spoke to Trav, and he said they were going to do a bit of a camp in the rain, and I was just like, rain, unheard of, because it's 43 degrees up here, and those buggers are down there camping in the rain. But they went for a camp, the boys, and they did a little video thing for us. Thanks heaps for that. We're all about that. Love the concept on there. I just want to shout out to Pete Waters from What Now 4x4. He did send us a message on the Insta page, and he also sent us an audio message. We tried to get that up where we could play this through the live stream. We couldn't. I shouldn't say we. Jaden couldn't work it out. Our technical guru.
Bullshit.
So we're going to have to. We're just going to have to play that off the phone. Yeah, play it off the phone onto or off the email. He emailed that through to us. Legend, mate, thank you. So we'll just play that through the microphone. But mate, I'm not sure where do you want to start? Yeah, do you want to? We'll do Big Trav's and Steve-O's video first. Do you want to start off on that, mate?
So
and then essentially they've just asked us a question.
So hopefully this doesn't fucking lag out or boot us or something. But 10 people in watching live. Thank you very much, guys. Fucking
legends.
Appreciate it. Soon there'll be signed posters and shit. So stay tuned, guys.
Yeah.
Right, we'll give this video a go.
And just so you know.
Okay, ready?
No,
1, 2,
shut up,
3.
mate.
G'day, fellas.
Can you see it?
Hey, how you going? Big Trav here. Steve.
Yep.
So we thought we'd catch up with you and ask you a little question for your podcast there, guys. So the question would be, how many different styles of camping have you done in your lifestyle? I know myself, I tend to go out and do a whole range of different camping styles. Things like hike camping.
Hike camping, yeah.
We'd want to do a canoe camp.
Canoe camp.
We've camped on the back of a ute. Camped on the side of a beach. With
salt pan.
Salt pan.
Done everywhere, yeah.
I even got a rooftop tent. Camp in the rooftop tent.
Yeah, I've tried the rooftop tent. Swags.
I heard once someone camped on the side of a mountain, just perched themselves on the side of the rock.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd do that one.
No. Shit scared of heights, fellas. But any other style of camping that you've done, Steve-O?
No, that's odd. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Well, we got swag camping, obviously.
Swag camping.
That's the most obvious that we do. Tent camping. I did a tent camp last night.
Yeah, you did. Got the hiking tent out last night.
Yeah, I think I'll get a larger tent next time.
Yeah.
The gut's too big for that area. So what else have we done? We want to do a bike camp.
Bike camping, yeah.
We want to do hiking camp with the Cape to Cape one day.
Yep.
When we get fit.
Yeah, a bit more hiking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite enjoy that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And some of the other places we've camped, like I know I've camped, is done van camping.
Yes.
So I took the van over to the eastern states and camped on the Bunda Cliffs with it.
Yeah, I've done the old fold-out camper.
Fold-out camper,
Yeah, done that.
Yep.
So, yeah.
So, yeah.
What happened there?
Oh, I think that was the end of the video. I guess.
No, I reckon they said see ya.
Oh, probably.
But yeah, I think
They probably
that.
said fuck off.
No, but I think that was the end of their topic. So I'm not sure whether you guys that have joined us live, if you got to see that. Otherwise, that would have been pretty boring, 2.5 minutes. But
I checked. I could see it. I couldn't see it. That's why I was asked you if it worked.
oh, true.
But I wanted to the streaming it for.
Yeah, no, I was watching it.
No, it's. I see it popped up.
Yeah,
again,
no,
so
no, I got to watch that.
Fucking flash one there.
Oh,
like,
true.
hey,
So, no.
guys, hold us back. You know.
No, so a big shout out to so Big Trove and Stevo. So Big Trove's Adventures and Old Mates Off Road. Both got YouTube channels, socials, and all that. Check them out. Really genuinely nice blokes. Again, I'll catch them up on Saturday. Looking forward to that. So there's our first topic, and we really appreciate them. How's the backdrop where they're just camped up there for the weekend? What a sick spot. Yeah, wicked.
Looked pretty
So
good.
yeah, it did. So shout out to the lads. We really appreciate that and taking the time out, and making the effort to do that, and email that in for us. But this is like when they sent the email through, I spoke to Fee about it, and I reckon we've just. Do you want to start on what you've done over the years, mate? And I'm happy to and following after you. Because there's a fair bit going on there. Like,
Yeah. Well, there's.
what have you done?
There's a lot. Well, as he's talking about, I'm like, gee, there is actually a lot of different styles you can do. Well, most ones would be just, swag and down the beach and stuff. I've done, a little bit in the tent, but yeah, we didn't really dabble in tents because they're shit. Well, they used to be. I don't know if they're what they're like these days. I haven't touched one, but so I'd say the majority of the time was, swag and stuff. And then a few years ago now, Mrs. bought a roof. Oh, I bought a rooftop, and for a 105.
What was your missus? Yeah.
And yeah, it's life changing. Like, I don't know if I've gone like, I'll go out, or if I've been filming or something and get the swag, and this is dog shit. Like, you forget to set up before you start drinking, or bloody, then you got to roll it up in the stand. And I was just like, I mean, you can't beat an old swag, but for convenience, like rooftop tent, especially the newer versions, pops up and struts like 2 seconds, and you hear people say, what about if you want to drive? Well, it literally takes you 2 seconds to put it back down, go for a drive and stuff. So
100%.
Yeah, so I've done mainly beach. I did a Northern Territory trip. That was just camping wherever you could. Done the old roadside camp, which we were tired, so you slept through a lot, or I sleep through, mate. You could drop a house on top of me and I still wouldn't wake up, but you get the old trucks rolling past. Actually, we did that. So I've got a camp trailer as well. I did that quite a few years ago. It was on my old boy gave it to me, and he brought it over from New South Wales actually, and he drove over and got us this camp trailer, and I was like, all right, we're gonna go to a trip in this camper, and I was like, we'll give it a go, and hooked it up. I think we had the missus would have only just got her 105 not long after, long before I suppose, and taking this camp trail down to Albany, and it was near Christmas time, and when I go camping, I don't plan bugger all. Like, I just roll with it. Like, wherever we go, wherever we decide to go, that's it. And I've gotten down towards Albany. I took my sister with me as well. Gone towards Albany. Put up this campsite. I was like, this campsite looks good. Dickhead, it's Christmas. Every person from Perth is down there. Half of Perth is pretty much anyone that owns a fucking camp trailer or a swag or anything is down in Albany. So I rolled up there, everything's chockers, like it's just packed. I'm like, we're not camping here. And a lot of the spots like down Manjimup way where I grew up, you can just camp anywhere. So we
Yeah.
got down there with a camper, and obviously camper trailer restricts you again. You can't just pull in any old hidey hole,
Yeah.
pull at any old beach. You know, a
Yeah.
lot of places restrict taking camper trailers in and stuff, and so we're like, oh,
Yeah.
look, that camping spot. So we've gone off a bit further up the beach. No, that's all packed. Went up here. No, that's all packed. I was like, oh shit, and I was googling, and oh, there's this roadside stop, and pulled in there, and I don't think I didn't sleep like for me who sleeps heavily. I didn't sleep that much that night because it sounded like a truck was coming through your bloody camper trailer every 2 seconds. And so it was, so I've done camper trailer. That trip we ended up having to we did a caravan park for that trip. One place I could find was one of those, I can't remember the brand, they're everywhere, but this little caravan park, and we pulled in there and it was packed, and we could only get one night
Big Four.
that'd be the one,
Yeah.
And we pulled in there and it's got
Yeah.
like a buddy spa and one of those fucking bouncy sand buddy bouncy castle things in the sand, and pulled in there and we got sternly told you must set up your camper trailer on the concrete. It must not go on the grass because it will wreck the grass.
It kills the grass,
And, this concrete pads are just about touching the next concrete pad next to you. And, I was like, I couldn't even think it worse. Fair enough. If that's what you enjoy, good on you.
Yeah.
That was not us though. We're bush and we want the place to ourselves. And I was a bit baffled really about how people, like, that was their camp. Like, they would come down there and that was them for the Christmas holidays, and they got their hammocks set up in this tiny spot, touching the caravan next to them, and it was hectic for me. Like, you couldn't even park your car anywhere, and it was just and then end of that trip we ended up finding this Calgan River caravan park, and cheap as no one was out there, and I don't know why not, because it was right on the river, like with massive camping spots. So that was my first introduction into camper trailer camping. So I've done camper trailer, rooftop tent, swag, all majority beach. Done a little bit. I think I've camped once on like the river down in Manjimup, which once you come down for a trip, we'll have to show you some of those wicked spots down by rivers and stuff. It's
looking forward to it.
Near the Carry Forest and all that. So done that, but apart from
wicked.
that, pretty plain really. Like, I've done a couple of, I suppose, rough camps where you're nice and simple, and I've kept it. I'm always trying to get away from everyone, and haven't done any too flash ones. Like, even on a honeymoon, until my honeymoon, first quarter of the year, I didn't know glamping was such a thing, where they've got these flash fucking things, and I was like, what the hell's glamping? Because the resort thing we stayed at, there's these glamping things around the corner. I'm like, what the fuck's the point of that? So, I still don't even know the point of it really, but that's probably, I can't, or maybe I'll have a think while you're telling yours, but I can't really think of anything else I've done, to be honest. I don't think I've even had to camp being bogged or anything, or pretty boring really. Haven't been kicked out of the house by the missus too many times, I don't think, or
never slept in the dog kennel.
I think we're pretty good. And I'm sorry guys for everyone's commenting my sister's on. Hello sister. Saying Barry's very blurry. I apologise for that, because we're down in one of the ups, and internet isn't, there's some old poor bloke running around with a bike trying to generate the power to run the telephone signal. So,
trying to run the whole up.
When it comes out on YouTube properly, it'll be alright. But I'm sorry. Not that you want to see this ugly mud anyway. But what's your camping stories, mate? And you probably have
you just keep up with
caravan.
Yeah, 100%. No, you just keep up with the questions, mate. There could be some, beer sponsors jumping on there, but most of all, there'll be some absolute legends on there that have joined us and taken the time out of their night, because it is shit timing. We're trying to do it on a school night, and it's anyway, it is what it is. But Thanks for joining us, anyone. But yeah, so me, mate, I've had a bit of a crack at a lot of things over the years. Obviously, as a little kid, we grew up in the Vic High country, mate, and yeah, it was all about Kmart tents and Kmart sleeping bags and the old blue and red lilos, and yeah, which basically you would pump up when you got to camp, and in the morning you wake up and they'd be down, and just hard to sleep on. Like as a kid, you sort of didn't know anything different, you know. We'd be camping up at Walhalla or Big River or Mount Sterling, Craig's Hut, Lacola, yeah, all these sort of places, Dargo. And we grew up in all those sort of areas, freezing cold, camping in the snow, up at Lake Mountain and all those sort of places. Like, yeah, but it was always, tents, sleeping bags, those flannelette sleeping bags and lilos. And yeah, gloves, bloody beanies, trackies, 2 sets of trackies and 4 sets of socks and all that sort of shit. So we grew up as little kids with tents and sleeping bags, mate. It was a thing. Me and my brother would have a 2-man tent, and yeah, my parents would have the bloody big 4-manner, and they'd have they'd have the extra stuff in there, and then that was all just about an esky and jaffles, mate. Braised steak and onion and jaffles. There was no such thing as fridges back when we grew up, man. There was no such thing as fridges and like cooking steaks and camp ovens and all that. We didn't even, as young kids, man, we didn't even go out around campfire. It was always just jaffle irons. That's pretty much all we ate, and maybe snags and that, and then yeah, as sort of we did all that sort of bit of camping with my mates as a bit of a teenager, and that was the old style swags, the ones that lay on your head, which I fucking hate, and I hated back then, because yeah, I don't know, mate, you basically feel like someone's just put a big fucking mattress on you and you're trying to lay under it, and if you've got your head poking out, you're getting eaten alive by the mozzies or whatever. Shit designer, for them old swagmans that, swaggies that used to, hunt across, like trek across the country or whatever with them, like tough old bastards, I tell you. So yeah, it wasn't my cup of tea, and then, yeah, when I met Fee, we did a heap of camping in the high country, started to get into the dome swags. We had the first ever old sort of triangle dome style where you had just one big flap on the top. That was from Southern Cross Canvas down there, and I think they're in Bayswater. And I remember doing a trip with Fee, because obviously we're going to tell you how we've camped and throw a couple of stories in there because we love a story. But I remember Fee and I one time we went up to Big River and we camped up there, and then made our way through to Craig's Hut and then all through Mount Sterling and stuff, and we were in Fee's Jeep then. When I first met Fee, she had a Jeep Cherokee Laredo, whatever you want to call them, V8 thing, brand new. Bought the swag and this big bloody Evercool esky, and I think Fee was, when we went to Craig's Hut, mate, and it was piercing rain, and I think Fee was 8 months, maybe 8 months and maybe 8.5 months pregnant. I mean, it was, I think when we got back from that trip, it was only like 2 weeks later, and yeah, she gave birth to Charlie, our oldest, and yeah, crazy. Like, so many people, like, even still now, they reckon we're dickheads, but back then they were just like, what are you doing? Like, we're up in the high country, we're doing river crossings in the dark, like, and the Jeep was crazy. It was some crazy stuff going on, but we're up there and we camped. I can't remember the exact location. I reckon it was I don't know whether it was Big River. I can't remember where we were exactly camped, but we woke up in the morning, mate, and there was actually like, a bloody half a foot river flowing under the swag. It had rained all night, and back then we had these like little battery packs and like little car DVDs that we used to for the kids. We didn't have kids at that stage, but for that you'd have for kids on the back of a headrest. We just had one of those little DVD players, and we just had it in the swag with us. And then, yeah, and just like sat in there and just like watched DVDs, while pierce down rain with this river going underneath us. And yeah, that was like, we did some amazing camping, Fee and I, and that swag. And then we moved into the big dome. Kids come along, and we did swags for years. Did Cape York we had 4 swags on the roof, mate. I had one for Fee and I, one for the 2 younger daughters, one for the older daughter. When we drove from Mackay up to Cairns to meet my mate, and my stepdad flew in there, we actually had the three swags on the roof of the car, and then one across my spare wheels on the old 105, the old original 105. Did swags for years and have camped everywhere, mate, you know, on the sides of rivers, in the mountains, on the beach, just everywhere. And also, originally, sorry, I'll lie, when the kids were first born, we bought one of these, and I think I said in one of our previous episodes, we had like an Oz Trail +7, I think they call it, so they're like a 5-man tent. Well, it might have been a +5 or whatever, but yeah, they got a little bit of thing on that. So when the kids were first born, we had that tent with the 2 porta cots in there. The kids were in that, and we had our swag. Then the kids got big enough to be out of their porta cots. We bought them a swag that they could share. So we had a double swag for them. We had a big king size swag, and we've still got our swags still to today. Same swags that we bought from Bayswater. I don't know, mate. They'd be nearly 20 years old, I reckon. They'd be 18 or 20 years old, these swags, and still, like, the day we got them, mate. They're brilliant. Shout out to Southern Cross Canvas. One of the dearest swags on the market, but yeah, fucking quality gear. But then we bought we bought a camper trailer. We went into the camper trailer scene, and just as we're doing family camping, and the kids were getting bigger, and probably I think it was a bit of a thing when we came back from Cape York, and then we did Fraser Island, and just before we went to Fraser, Fee was sort of just, let's get a camper trailer, just throwing the swags up on the roof every night, or every morning, and then unpacking them, and then, getting dirty and just covered in shit, and it was just like, it was a big job, especially when you're hungover and that as well. So we went into the camper trailer scene there for a bit, and, did quite a bit of travelling with the camper trailer. And to be honest, mate, camper trailer, as a family, if you do base camping, if you go to a spot and spend 2 weeks there, so like if you go to the beach to a spot, mate, I don't reckon you can beat a camper trailer. Like, I'll get on to why we'll never go back to a camper trailer. I won't lie to you. We'll always, rooftop tents are our thing going forward until we get old enough, and then we'll probably go the caravan path, but we're hoping we're a long way off that. But as for a camper trailer, man, to just go somewhere for 2 weeks and set up, and then just go off full driving or fishing and doing all that, come back and everything's set up, I just reckon they're a godsend. They're such a good thing. I definitely know why families get around camper trailers, especially camper trailers. I mean, they're not hard to set up. We had a nice soft floor, mate, and when we first got it, it was a bit of a challenge setting up, but to be honest with you, when you get used to it, it's like nothing. It's like everything else, whether it's a rooftop tent or a swag or whatever. It just becomes a routine. Fee and I had our jobs. I'd do this part, she did that part, and away we go. It probably, for us to pull up at camp and fully set up, all done, probably 3/4 an hour to an hour. It's a lot longer than a rooftop tent, but that's, awning walls up and all that, and all the bullshit, set up for a couple of weeks, take an hour. And the same to sort of pack down. Brilliant. But then, mate, in the last couple of years discovering rooftop tents, they are the bomb. They are absolutely the bomb, and we wouldn't go any other way. Love rooftop tents. Like they're meant, again, like the boys were saying, on the beach. We've also camped on salt flats out on the Simpson Desert when we did our Simo trip. Camped out on the salt flats along the Madigan line, and I think I don't know whether it was a QAA line, not the QAA line. It was one of the other tracks we sort of camped on the edge of a salt pan. We didn't camp on the salt pan because of the wind. It was blowing 9,000 knots. We camped on the edge of the salt mine. I think that was the Aradina, that's near the dig tree, the track Aradina, I think it's called. Just near there we camped, just off the salt pan. We've sort of camped in, so many different conditions with the rooftop tent. And just obviously, in the last year or so, doing the swag camping, mate, on the quads. Like, just taking a swag on the quads and going and doing camping with the quads. It's sick. Like, and that's our goal going forward, doing a heap more of that, where, because I think you get used to, and the boys were just saying then about canoe camping and hike camping. Fee and I talk a lot about, or not a lot, but we quite often talk about doing some hike camping. Clearly, we're on our diets at the moment, trying to lose a bit of weight so we can go and do stuff like that. Simply because it's not for big people, but on the same token, I don't think the size of you restricts you, and I think it's just trying to be fit and get out there, get some fresh air. But we'd love to do some hike camping. I know the boys, I didn't follow along 100%, but I know the boys did a bit of a hiking trip, and they've done a couple of good hiking trips, Big Travis Sevo and that, and their group. And sick, just that concept, man, of what you carry in a backpack is all you've got. I think it gets you back to that ground roots and that back to basics, and it really, I guess that when you go from that and you go back to your car where you've got your travel buddy and your air fryer and your bloody rooftop tent, your fridge and all the rest of it, makes you really appreciate just how good your cruiser or your patrol or whatever set up. But I've done a bit of camping in different sort of scenarios, mate, but that's sort of about it. But beach, salt pans, screaming heat. We camped in a rooftop tent, I think, a couple of years ago out on Pyramid Station. And when we were driving in there, mate, it was 46 degrees, and the station caretakers basically said we're nuts. I actually think, because they asked us to come back that way, I actually thought, I reckon Love had it in her head that we were going to go out there, have a swim and fucking bail out of there, but we didn't. We had a bit of a shit night's sleep that night, a couple of wet washes and chucked it on our head, fans in there, and away we went. But yeah, we've done all sorts of different camping, mate, high country, the Kimberley, Cape York, Fraser, all different parts of Australia, and all sorts of things. The only thing we haven't done is, again, like a hiking one. We haven't done a hiking one and haven't done a canoe one. I reckon that'd even be sick too. I just recently watched Pete Wacker, watch one of his old videos, in a kayak or a canoe kayak one. Sick. Just what you're chucking in a canoe, so cool. So that's about me, Russ. I think, but yeah, look, if you still have got any people on the stream, Russ, love for them to, flick us a question, whether it's through the socials or through the stream, what have they done, and because there's a fair bit of different styles of camping that you can do, and it seems like the boys have pretty much done a lot of it. I haven't done caravanning, haven't yet to do caravanning, and hopefully not anytime soon. Just not really my scene, and certainly not caravan parks. I can just quietly eat a dick. It's not my scene. It's just not for me. But I get it, mate. Some people love to socialise and be around 1,000 people, and if you're doing your annual pilgrimage to a place with your family and all that, I get it. I don't take it away from people. It's just not my scene. So, thanks, lads. I appreciate it. Unless you've got something else to add,
we had Dan jumped on from Meet the Merchers. He said, hi Barry, on your bread.
Oh, Danny boy.
Yep, I don't know if he's still on or not, but that was a while ago, but he said g'day. But I was thinking mate. Too, my granddad, absolute bloody legend, he's quite funny, and I'll tell you a little backstory. So I lived with him for a little while when I was younger, and he's always been into, I guess he's keeping fit, and he's always ridden mountain bikes, and we always used to go swimming, and I remember he's like, you want to come swimming with me? Or I approached him and said, I want to come for a swim with you, and I said, I have. At the time, believe it or not, I was quite fit. I
believe you, mate. I believe you.
And he's like, I said, how far do you swim or not? He's like, 2Ks. I'm like, all right, fucking race you. And I was feeding it, absolute feeding it. And I got like 500 metres and he's got like 1500 k's. I'm like, this is bullshit. So he was quite, he's quite fit for his age, and he and then we used to go mountain bike riding with him all the time, and we were quite young.
Yep.
And he's fit, he could ride, but his mobility on the bike, I don't know, sometimes, coming to obstacle, I don't know how many times, I'd be one time we come out of this bush track and we come to this road and there was a drain. I was like, fuck that, it's way too steep, I'm not fucking riding that, I'm going to fall off. nah, watch out, I'll show you how to do it. Fucking straight over the handlebars. I could not ride for like 10 minutes with tears coming out. I was so, he'd do it all the time. He'd like try and run through a tunnel and fall off. And but he did the Bibbleman track. I don't know if you heard of that. I think it's Bibbleman. Is it Bibbleman?
Yeah, I have.
Munda Biddy.
Yeah.
Munda Biddy's the bike ride one. So that goes from like Perth all the way down to Albany somewhere.
Yeah, it's crazy,
so
man. Yeah,
so I think the Bibbleman's the walking one, I'm pretty sure, and the Munda Biddy, well, either way, someone can correct me, but he hasn't done it all in one, but he's done little sections, so I'm pretty sure he started from Perth and on the way back, and same thing, he's got a new bike now, but he had his older bike, he had bloody bags, which I'm assuming he have the similar setup on his new bike, all these little bags and shit, and, you know, his backpack, and he's quite a calculated man. Like, he'll do his before he buys something, he'll do like 2 years research on it. Like, he's he doesn't mess around, and he'll find out exactly all the specs and this and that and the weights and
does he?
He doesn't mess around. But it's quite impressive to see his setup with, you know, the same thing. You're going in the middle of nowhere. A lot of these, you know, camps and stuff, and some of the camps are pretty good. They had a water tank and little shelter and stuff like that. But you're still by yourself, you know, and like you said, what you can carry, you know, obviously a bike you can carry a bit more, hiking you can carry even less, like, there's, you know, little cookers and everything's miniature, you know, and I was listening to Swagman podcast on the way back from work the other day, and they were, I'm a couple of episodes behind, so forgive me guys, but they were, you know, yarning about how ridiculous it's got with like canopy setups and shit, you know, like it's got fucking microwaves and you got induction cooking and this and that and canopy, and it's like, for fuck's sake, it's camping, like, and you know, each to their own. If you want to do that, you know, good on you. It's pretty sick, you know.
Well, I'll be fucking doing it, so you know, just so. And Pete and Jamie will roast me, but I don't give a fuck, mate. As soon as I can get a new canopy and get that air fryer in that fucking thing, I'm done. 100%. Yeah, I'm moving with the times.
It's amazing.
No nostalgia here.
It's amazing the concept though, with like, you know, it started from just, you know, and that I've done that a couple of times. Like, and when I had the sloth, you just chuck a swag, a cooker and a gas bottle, and, you know, not even pans or cutlery, if you listen to the last episode. But, you know, getting back to the simple stuff, but I have to be truly honest, like, of my own 70 that I'm about to sell, I've, you know, had the canopy and that, and I quite enjoy the, you know, having power and cooking and a fridge and all this sort of shit in there. But it's amazing the different types of camp, and I probably shouldn't say it because someone will steal my video idea, but I want to do a video of my BA Falcon. I got this little BA Falcon that I just use to run a Perth and back and just, you know, clock up the Ks on it because I don't care if it buggers out. But I want to do a trip with a mate, whatever we can fit in that car, and then just go like show people how you can go camping without all these flash setups and where can you get without a four-wheel drive. Like, and I'm not talking about like, you know, trying to get this thing down the beach or anything, but, you know, like going on a trip with, like, you know, there's not, compared to a four-wheel drive or a tray or, you know, even a wagon, you can't fit that much in a, you know, the boot's not that big and you got your back seat in your boot. Like a swag will just take up your back seat. I'd like to do a little trip like that, and I even thought about doing like a Temu trip, like buy a heap of shit off Temu and that's all we've got for the trip, you know. Like it's, I reckon it'll be a funny video, but it's really cool to see the different camping ideas, but I'm 100%. Pretty boring as usual.
Yeah, you are. Yeah. Nah, 100%. So just a big shout out again, Big Trav and Steve-O, Big Trav Adventures and Old Mates Off-Road. Check out their socials. Like, subscribe and do all that sort of stuff. Thanks, legends. Really appreciate it. Taking the time out to make that video for us and email through it. Yeah, much appreciated. So what I'm going to do, mate, I'm going to jump on here and I'm not sure whether Nath from Wrong Turning Adventures is gone yet. I don't know whether you can tell or whether you haven't. I'm just going to read out his story, mate, because it's... I'll put the old eyes on. So, I don't want it to be sounding morbid. So if anyone that sort of followed us for a little while, and I was meant to do some research and find out exactly what episode it was, but in one of our previous episodes I spoke about, so I probably should write sort of read out Mark's as a bit of a, and then use Nathan's as a bit of a, Mark's as a bit of a segue into Nathan's, but yeah, on a previous episode we spoke about first aid kits, and I spoke about how my wife fell into the fire on our Gibb River Road trip and got burnt. And Nathan at the time told me about it, like he just said, oh yeah, my young fella got burnt up in Cape York. And he said, one day I'll tell you the story. And he's actually basically given me a rundown through our Insta page of the story. But what I might do, I'll backpedal a little bit. So Mark from Acetone, better known as Mark AC Smith on Instagram, but yeah, one of the lads that makes up the Acetone crew. He so I'll just read his question out, mate. I'll jump on here because it sort of leads into the same thing. What have we got here? Bear with me. Now, mate, where we go here? So Mark's question was, what's in your first aid kit, and do you familiarise yourself with your kit regularly? So to answer that, yeah, what we do now, and I think I spoke about it in that previous episode, is we actually went to our local St John's ambulance mob here, and they make first aid kits and supply first aid kits out of their depot. So we went down there and spoke to one of the paramedics, and yeah, they have first aid kits on the shelf, and we sort of had a bit of a yarn to him and said, you know, obviously it's a generic kit, but is there any specific things for the Pilbara? And we spoke about our history with burns, and that's something we really focus on. And I think, like anything, mate, you know, if that's something that's been relevant or it's happened to you before, it's something to probably you focus on. We haven't been bitten by a snake, touch wood, we never do, so we don't specifically carry a snake bite kit. That's something we probably should, mate, like, and especially when we're on the quads, because you're on the bikes all the time and you're riding through the bush and all that, so it's something we're looking into. I'll probably get one this Christmas, to be honest. I probably should push myself to do it, but our first aid kit, mate, is probably no different to anyone else's first aid kit. We did have one there for years where we had bloody stethoscopes and all this sort of shit in there, like we were paramedics ourselves. And I mean, at the end of the day, some of that shit you wouldn't even know how to use anyway, so it's probably taken up space. Because for the reality is, if we get to that point where we need stethoscopes and all that sort of shit, we will just pull the EPIRB or PLB or whatever and get emergency services out there. We carry just a basic, like a comprehensive kit, but and we probably just buy some extra stuff where we'll buy extra Panadol, Nurofen. You know, if we, and you know, I reckon everyone does it. If we go to the doctors because we got crook, because we don't spend a lot of time on the doctors, but if they give us a script for Panadine 4, I might take 2 of them or 4 of them just over the first couple of days when you get that subscribed to you. But I always ask for a repeat, and then I get that repeat on the day, try and grab it, and they, even if they're expired, mate, I just grab that repeat and I just grab them Panadine 4 and chuck them in my first aid kit. I don't reckon I'm the Lone Ranger when I go about that, but it's more so just if you're at home, you can go and get stronger stuff over the counter or whatever. If you're out bush, you need the strong shit, and if you want it, you need it right there. So we probably do that, but outside of that, mate, burn aid stuff like burn aid gel, we have heaps of that shit in our kits. We've also got I don't know whether it's the same brand or whether we got one of those survival. I think we actually got one of those survival first aid. They're probably a big brand on the market. We bought a bloody really comprehensive one of them, and we've got that in a tub on our quad bike, so we don't ever have to move one from the car. One stays in the car. One stays in the other cruiser in the 105, one in 79, one in the 105, and we've got another comprehensive kit that just stays on the quad bikes. But there's nothing special about our kits, but they have everything, mate. Like they have, you know, a big splint. They have every bandage known to man, but we don't really put anything else in there. And do we regularly? His question was like, do you regularly train? Is it, what did he say, train in it or familiarise yourself with your kit? Well, not really, and I think that's probably a bad thing. That and I guess what Mark's asking there, do you familiarise yourself with your kit? Meaning, do you know? I guess he's essentially asking, you know, do you familiarise yourself with first aid? And no, mate, I don't. Probably not enough, and I don't reckon probably a lot of us do it enough. In the fact that I don't go and do regular first aid courses. We do our stuff through work, but mate, it's pretty tick and flick brush through sort of stuff. It's just it's a KPI, mate. It's not really about trying to train you to save lives. You know, like we're essentially within our industry, or you know, we're taught, mate, if there's a fire, you know, like just pretty much run. You don't try and fight the fucking thing. You know, you run. If you know someone falls into a confined space, you get on the radio and you call up. You don't dive in there. You don't try and do miracles. You know, the best thing you can do if you find someone unconscious beside you or goes unconscious, put them in the recovery position, and maybe start CPR, but you're basically calling for help. Do you know what I mean? So, but to be honest with you, mate, I think I've said this before with first aid, and it might be a boring topic for certain people, but the reality is I think there used to be a lot of emphasis on, you know, you're 30 and 2, like, you know, or 15 and 2 or whatever, you know, 15 and 1, so you know, 15 compressions, 1 breath, 15 compressions, 1 breath. I think that's what it was back in the day. I think now, mate, when you're taught first aid, they don't even spend a lot of time putting an emphasis on it. If you're giving compressions of any sort and breaths, if you fuck it up, mate, and give them 20 compressions and 2 or 3 breaths, you're not doing any harm. That doesn't hurt the person. That's, you know, like, as long as you're making an attempt to try and save someone's life, and until the professionals get there, I think that's a thing. So, no, we don't have a dummy here at home, not to be facetious, but we don't train in it or regularly open. I think before we do on the quads, man, and we're in the car, we probably don't. We're probably a bit blasé about it, but if we head out on the quad, yeah, pretty much we know that the first aid kit hasn't been open, but probably every 6 months. I actually went through the first aid kits just recently. We had some first aid kits because our oldest daughter is just getting right into her camping and fall driving and stuff, and just asked about first aid kits, and I said, like, we've got so many of them here, we could make up one, you know what I mean? Don't rush out and buy one, or if you did, you know, maybe grab this brand or whatever. But what about yourself, mate? Do you regularly, like, bloody train or, you know, focus on it or anything, and what sort of kit do you run?
Well, we're sort of every about 3 months or something, we'll head down to Bunnings, and we'll grab, you know, like, you know, you get the 2 kilos bag of concrete, and you just put a little bit of that on there, and then if someone gets hurt,
this bloke,
you can mix it with some
just
liquid.
Just teaspoon it out, mate.
Yeah, just hard to fuck up.
Yeah, teaspoon it out. Well, as soon as you said Bunnings, I was going to actually say to you, Bunnings, do you actually mean like the chemist, or this Muppet's buying his fucking first aid kits from Bunnings?
You know,
but anyway, yeah, you went there.
Just get a timber, build a bridge and get the fuck over it. But no, but on a serious note,
yeah.
No, I'm full guilty. I'm absolutely fucking useless with organising that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
My lovely wife has a few times, and we'd definitely be overdue for going through them again. So thanks for the heads up, mate, for bringing this topic up. Especially with me doing dumb shit all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely we very basic. Again, I think I said on the last one, hasn't changed, so I'd really need to pull my finger out. But like, we got the basics there. I used to do, because I used to be in like SES like years ago, and they did like all their courses and stuff, but I think it's something you need to do like almost yearly too, because fuck if I can remember getting those courses, like, honestly, I mean, I'd know the very basics, and I mean, you could jimmy your way around it, and, you know, if it's bleeding, you could, you know, bandage some shit up and MacGyver some stuff up to stop certain things.
Yeah.
And if someone's stopped breathing, I might not know the rate of it, but roughly how to do CPR but also too certain things, I guess, a bit more extreme, you cut yourself with a knife and you're pissing out blood, it's pretty simple, anyone can figure that out, but I suppose if you get into a point where it's life-threatening, you should probably, it's life or death, if you do the right thing, you probably should know what you're doing, it's, if you're in the middle of
Yeah, 100%.
I think concrete or a bit of timber is going to help you there, so, on a serious note, we definitely need to get a few more kits, and I think too we had kits that were bouncing, we'd swap between cars, where really we should just have a kit that's in every car, so it doesn't matter where you are. Even my buddy Daly, I think we said it on that first episode, who knows, if you cruise down, I bloody hope I don't, not that person, but you could be the first one to an accident one day, or
100%.
and as dull a subject as it is, it's a serious one, and I think we wouldn't be the only ones that overlook it. There's how many people go camping a year.
No.
And I'd say the stats on how many people actually have a first aid kit, and if you actually know how to use it, it's So.
And look, mate, to be honest with you, I think a lot of the time, and I think we touched on it on a previous episode about first aid kits aren't always about just saving you and your immediate family that is carrying the kit. A lot of the time, just being, like you said, like a bloody first on a scene, and just being to have a kit and just having something that you can help someone, it's important. But I'm not going to go on too much about it. I'm going to just say thanks, Mark. I appreciate your comment, and another kick in the ass for us to just sort of get onto it. But it does a bit of a segue into Nathan. I am actually going to read Nathan's story for us, because he's gone to a lot of effort to do it for us. And it sort of hits home a little bit. I think I say it all the time, mate. If you see a mate hurt in the bush, we bloody tend to giggle and think it's a fucking great laugh. But when you see a kid, you turn a grown adult into a weeping mess, it really fucking hits home. So I can see your finger in the air, mate. Are you putting your hand up because you want to say something?
Question. I was going to say, talking about snake bites, could I take an intermittent break and go run my path and to the toilet real quick? Cause
you can.
You can. Get into that. Right, so we're taking a break, guys. This is your time. We're going to edit this bit out, but if you want to go grab another beverage and your dinner and stuff,
we'll
be back in 2.356 seconds.
Cheers. How'd you go, big fella? Or little fella, whatever you want to call yourself?
Empty. Yep.
All good?
Ready to roll.
Copy. Righto, Russ. I'm, so, come through loud and clear. Righto, so, let me get into here. Long-term adventures. Where did you write that to me, mate? Here we go. So I'm going to read this out, mate. You can hear me, and anyone that's watching or listening, bit of a story. So Nathan from Long Term Adventures and socials spoke about a story when we did our previous thing about his young fella being burnt, and it was a pretty horrific thing to go through as a family. So he tells a story. So I'm going to read this story, and then I'm just going, after the story we'll move on to the next subject. But it just shows the importance of first aid, and as Mark touched on, keep up to date with it, all the rest of it. But yeah, here goes, legends. So I'm going to read out his story. Hey mate, sorry it's taken so long. I have actually asked Nathan's approval to read this out, so he has given me the okay to read it out. Nah, he's going to stay off the suing. So so June/July 2012, we did a Cape trip with a group of mates. 4 GQ wagons, Pajero, 79 single cab, and we were with my parents in a 200 series. Day 2 on the old tally track. Mick in GQ was playing on hard lines before gunshot. Got stuck, broke worn high mount winch. That night we camped at Elliott Falls. This was the first year of pre-book campsites up there, so we all spread around over 4 sites for 7 cars, us with camper trailer. Kids being kids, they were all running around as they do. Reese was the youngest, 7.5 years old, up to 13-year-old. Mick was fixing his winch. His gas lamp light was on top of one of the national park bollards around the campsite. Reese tripped over whilst running past, put his hand out to stop falling over. Hand straight onto the top of the gas lantern metal top. You can only imagine how hot that was. Pretty sure everyone in the campground heard his screams. Luckily, my old man, being president of the surf club, had added extras to the first aid kit. The burn aid gel pads. The burn was nearly his whole palm. All dressed up in painkillers, he was riding about an hour. Next day we pack up camp, use bypass track to head out to the PDR instead of up to Nolan's. Getting to Bamaga, straight to hospital. Just missed doctor, just left for 2-hour lunch. So we head off to do our shopping with the rest of the crew while we wait. Pub first, $96 for a box of golds. Then to the supermarket. I can attest to that. The kids are all mucking around again. One of them bumps into a guy at the shopping. Never guess who the doctor is, laughing out loud. He undoes the dressing and says, "Oh, this is bad, you have to go to Cairns." Book flights for the next day, $1,500 one way. Get to the tip sign in dark after the guy in 79 got bogged on the shortcut from Punsand Bay. Flat tyre on the way to airport in the morning. Flight was about 10 a.m. Plane had mechanical issues. 6 hours later, after reading the Lockhart Crash Memorial all day, we leave. Only just made it to Cohen in daylight, then dark into Cairns. We hadn't eaten since breakfast, so got a motel near hospital and a feed before going. Again, no doctors on duty for burns unit. Nurse redresses it and on our way. Check out of the motel, back to the hospital in the morning. Burns doctor was really positive, said we'd done the best having the gel pad on it straight away, which is also what both hospitals redressed it with. Gave us 2 options, head home to Bris Vegas to burns unit or redress and wait 5 days. Be fucked if I was going home. You can imagine how hard it is to entertain a 7-year-old in Cairns for 5 days with nothing that involves water. Monday morning we get the all clear to rejoin the crew, so book flights to Cohen, about $1,400. One stop on the way to airport. Bridgestone for a tyre. By the time we finished the trip, could hardly see the scars. I now swear by the quick application of burn aid. Sorry for the long-winded story. Don't be sorry, mate. Absolute legend. He sent photos, so obviously I can't, even if I could show the photos, I'm not prepared to. They'll be for our eyes only. The poor little bugger, he's scarred up his hand pretty bad, but as they said, by the end of the trip, the scars were pretty much gone. So again, we talk about burn aid. When we had burn aid in our kit when Fee got burnt, but not enough to sustain. She had 3rd-degree burns from her wrist right up to her shoulder, so her whole arm. So we didn't have enough experience around the whole thing. But just goes to show, as Mark said, keeping up to date. These guys did everything right. They, fortunately, the old man now, he says, president of the surf club, so they would have seen dumb shit, when I say dumb shit, shouldn't say, it's probably the wrong word, but like nasty shit, whether it be, sunburn or bloody surfboards through the melon and all that sort of stuff. They would have seen some real dumb shit down on the thing where they would have had to just be on the ball and be ready for it. So, Nath, thank you very much for sharing that. And, obviously that's a long time ago. Obviously the young fella's probably, up and running amok and knowing the shit out of dad nowadays. But, thanks for sharing that personal story. And it just goes to show, Cape York isn't that remote, but it's a lot bloody remoter than being in the backyard. So, and you're, a strange thing, man. I don't know whether this means anything to anyone. When Fee got burnt in the Kimberley, we got told by the ranger up there that we were probably fortunate. This sounds ridiculous. It probably sounded ridiculous at the time. Probably makes sense. And I've never really researched this to know whether it's true or not. but the ranger told us because we were from that region, so the Kimberley-Pilbara region, fees infections were going to be less threatening than someone that had have came from Tasmania or Victoria or whatever, from a different climate with different germs or whatever. Yeah, well, and I don't know whether that's the truth, mate. Had no reason to think that he was lying to us, but he said it was actually a benefit to be from that environment, so our body was immune to, I don't know, the germs in that environment. So if there's anyone listening or listens to this when this goes onto YouTube in a couple of weeks' time or whatever, if anyone's got any honest, genuine knowledge on that, bloody chuck it in the comments and leave us some feedback on that. Tell us, is that actually a thing? But there you go. So again, thanks, Nate. Really appreciate you sending in that personal story, and good to see that the young fella got through it. And he's, as you said, not fucking going home. We're finishing the trip, and you did. So legend. Appreciate it, mate.
Sound like a real good trip, to be honest. Nice and cheap.
Yeah, wicked trip. Yeah, sick trip.
But,
yeah. He didn't have to. Yeah, credit card got smoked. Yeah.
But I mean, again, I was just thinking too, like how far. I probably shouldn't ramble on about too much longer, but it's like how far do you go to, like how much shit do you really want to take, and I don't know. It's
mate.
a good. Hopefully, a couple of people think about it, and hopefully we pull our fingers out and chuck some couple more. Might go down the shop. Maybe at the 4 Drive show, mate. We'll go shopping together, and we'll go get a couple of kits, eh? And
let's do it. So shout out to all the first aid kit suppliers at the show.
And also
survival 20
at checkout. And to the people,
survival 20 at the checkout.
And to the people watching, we've had a consistent, we got up to 11 viewers at one point. We're hanging around the 4 to 7 mark. And we encourage you to send in some questions to live. So if you want to type in a question, feel free. It might not be instant, but we'll answer you.
Yeah.
So we have a couple more on the chew, or what?
Yeah, no, we do, mate. So next question I'm going to read out. So I'll go back into my socials here, bros, and I'll go questions.
How to use Instagram.
Yeah, so we had that one. It won't be long. Questions. So I'll read out Pete Waters from What Now 4x4. His question was camp cooking, basic or fancy pants meals in the bush. I like something a little fancy. Yeah, well, I can nearly answer this for Jaden. Very basic for Jaden. Very basic.
What do you mean?
Snags in the coals because he forgets pans. I hope Dylan gets to watch this because he'll get a giggle. But so mate, tell us. Are you fancy pants or just beer and snags?
Mate, I'm 5-star all the way. I take I normally have a bit of a road train behind my car. Commercial kitchen comes out with me.
Does it?
A couple of chef hands.
I call it bullshit.
Yep. I don't know. My thing is, you're going out camping. I'd rather spend less time messing around. Like even we used to bring these. I can't even know the names on these little packet things of pasta, and they're like I can't even think of the names right now, but you pretty much put milk and hot water with them, and you put them in the stove.
Yeah.
I've seen them.
Yep.
Like little quick meals. And even that,
they
were
used
quick.
them plenty of times.
But holy shit. Trying to clean the fucking pot in the morning, if you didn't clean it that night, it gave me the shit, so I don't even bring them anymore.
Yeah.
Because it was just like too much hassle.
But
I don't know, my thing is I'm out there to enjoy it. I'm out there to either fishing or full driving or walking around or drinking beers. That's my thing. Like I'm simple. And then I've been with a trip, Big Shot Peroke Apparel, Yardsman 10. But we went on a trip with them, and they just eat healthy. They like nice meals, and every time we trip with them, they made the effort every night. And yeah, like they eating like, and they, you know, they did their thing, and it wasn't really. They just enjoy it, and I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that do that. They enjoy making nice meals, and it's, you know, it's probably a bit nicer than my burnt sausages on coals, but you know, it's. And then the technology that's coming out now, like a couple of times when we went on a trip with them, they had the travel buddy or whatever they called, those little oven things, and you know, they'd chuck. There's so many people I've seen do little roasts and all sorts of like, so they had their little thing, and you know, the cookers and induction cookers and whatever you want now. Like you do have the option to go as fancy as you want. You know?
Yeah, you're limitless.
Oh yeah,
100%.
Microwaves and fucking whatever you want. You know. So yeah, me personally, you know, well, I suppose we're pretty probably basic at home too, but you know, the odd steak and a bit of veggies and stuff, and you know, like, I don't know, that keeps us happy. And I suppose at the end of the trip on the way home, if you want something fancy, we'll stop in the pub and get a chicken snitty or something. But I like enjoying the beach, or I suppose I like exploring, which I think is one of the questions we had later. I just like mucking around and exploring and all this sort of stuff. So
cooking's not your thing. Yeah.
Nah, I don't know. Not even at home, bro.
yeah.
Mate, I can't even cook a jaffle, bro. Like, you know, I'll turn it over and it's burnt. That should be clear enough to.
Yeah. So you've answered that already.
What about you, mate? You'd have I bet. You know, I'm talking about a commercial kitchen. That's probably you with your plans for your new trailer and stuff, Like.
Nah, and look, mate, we don't run a commercial kitchen. We'd love to, but we're big fans of. We have our times, mate, where we'll make sort of simple meals and all the rest of it, and make the trip simple. But we're big fans of fancy pants meals, as people would say, and the people that we go away with, like, you know, the guys that we're catching up with on Friday night, that we did the semi trip with, and we've done many of other trips with them through the Pilbara. Mate, they love their cooking, and they get right into it. And I know, like, you know, Pete, shout out to Pete Wacker. He loves his cooking and loves the bush cooking. Plenty of people do. I just, in the bush, when you go to a spot and you're sitting around, if you've got a rod in, or I probably more so bush camps, because when you're in the bush, if you're not fishing and you're basically just sitting around the fire drinking piss all night, we love our cooking, mate. Like, and I think that, I don't know, like, as silly as this sounds, a roast dinner, like, you know, everyone loves a bloody roast dinner or a nice pie, or you know, some nice bread or whatever, but in a camp oven, like, it's, I don't know, it just, there's something different about it. It tastes different. And I think it's the environment you're in, the effort you put in to just try and, you know, I heard Pete talking the other day about bloody spun steel and cast iron. He did a potty with Davo from Cutting Edge Butchers, and just that concept of how different a spun steel is to a bloody cast iron, and just try, you know, that whole, there's a massive technique, because it's not as easy as just turning the gauge, mate. You know, you've got to keep your fire stoked, and if you've got shit wood, it's, you know, your food doesn't turn out as, it's harder to cook something with shit wood and a shit fire. And then if you've got some jarrah that, you know, pumps out real hot coals, and you don't need as much, like, there's so much that goes into it. There's a real technique to it, and there's a real passion and love. So if you nail a good meal in a camp oven, it tastes so much better than just turning the fucking thing to 150 like our for 100 years, and grandma has and great grandma has, and you just watch it cook 3 quarters an hour, you turn it over and away you go, happy days. In the bush, cooking in a camp oven, or even just over a fire, or there's something really good. I love it. Like, I really enjoy it. And I think the concept that, you know, going out in the bush, and, you know, you just said the guys from Provoke, like, there's no reason when you go out in the bush you need to eat like a bloody poor man, or
like Jaden.
Dare I say it, like a bloody like a homeless person. You know what I mean? There's nothing changes. You know, you go out in the bush, mate. Like, you don't have to have all the mod cons, and you don't have to have a bloody Hollywood canopy and all the gear to have a nice meal. Like, And even just, you know, you can't cook a jaffle, mate, but a lot of us can. Like, and to get it, to nail a jaffle and just like have it where you hit it on the rock, you open it and just peels off the thing, and oh, mate, just when you nail it and you get that big smile on your face and you look over at the misso or the crew that you're with and you just have a look at that, like, yeah, there's something about that that's pretty special. So I'm with Pete. Pete, like, I'd love to have a camp with you. He's just finished his Pilbara series. Yeah, again, another lad with a YouTube channel and socials. What Now 4x4, like and subscribe, jump on his channel, and yeah, he's in the middle of his Pilbara series. He just did, I think, his first
we'll bill
one.
You later.
Yeah, 100%. But yeah, there'll be a few shout outs tonight, but just good people. And look, I mean, at the end of the day, our podcast is essentially around, you know, 50 to 80% of the people would be our audience would be people we know through social media. So and we're all doing the same thing. So yeah, shout out to Pete. Thanks for your comment, mate. He actually sends in an audio one that we'll try and play soon. But I'm all about fancy pants. I love basic too, mate. I'm more than happy with basic.
But it's cool with the, like, even when I go to the father-in-law's, it's, you know, it's just gone summer now, so the fire bands come in, but, you know, we'll, like, pretty much every night we have an outside fire, and just recently we got some old digger tracks, and we built this fireplace, we built a little fireplace area, and, you know, eventually want to put a roof over it and set a little outdoor area on the farm. But, you know, we'll quite often, you know, have the big fire going, and he's got a little fire pit and grab some coals out, or sometimes, I mean, there's a couple of times we've done it and it's a bit too hot, and try to put the, you know, wrap something in alfoil or chuck it in the fire, and it comes out a bit, you know, how my jaffle does, but it's cool.
You can smoke a spud pretty quick, eh?
100%. But it's cool when you pull it off, you know, especially because there's always piss involved, you know. You've been on the piss for a couple of hours, and let's cook something up, and trying to guesstimate the heat of, you know, how hot these coals are. But when you know, even you know, cooking different things in there, you pull it off, and was something I was thinking of before, I've forgotten the word of, but you know, damper, that's what I was thinking of. You know, whack a damper in there, off oil, and, you know, it comes out mint, and you're like, fuck yeah, like, you know, probably 80% of the time it all comes out burnt or fucking. But even when you burn them, like, the inside's always good. You peel it, because my mum always tells this story of my pop. He this Christmas, he used to smoke this ham in this bloody Weber thing or whatever. And, you know, I reckon Chirac always said the first year I went up to their place for Christmas, he'd buy this bloody big thing of ham, and he'd be out there cooking it and smoking it, and then it would come out fucking black, like just absolutely fucking smoked. And he's like, what?
Just roast it.
Yeah, but you used to peel the outside.
Just crucify it.
But you peel the outside off, and he'd do it deliberately. You peel the outside off, and the inside's mint, you know, like. I don't know if he can still do that, but you know, it is the fire. The fire thing is pretty cool, you know. I did it recently. We went and bought I shouldn't say recently. I bought a Bunnings, not for wood or concrete this time, but we got this little fire pit. My wife picked it up, and the family over, and I was like, how good would it be? I think because my barbecue's cooked itself, or the paint and shit was peeling off, so I'm like, yeah, fuck the barbecue, we'll cook something on the fire in the backyard. And I was like, fuck, my fireplate's not long enough for this fire pit. I was like, what have you got? And I don't even know where they come from. They're like, you know, your fucking trays in your oven, like the little wire things. I don't know where the fuck they come from, but I had a couple of them. And so I've laid them across the fire and then put the fucking...
Probably out of an oven, Jaden.
It could be. But I've put my bush fucking plate on the top, and obviously fucking heat at a certain point is, you know, the oven goes to so much, but they're probably not meant for fucking a heap of weight and over the top of a fire. So I mean, fucking fireplace, just kept, my plate just kept sinking and sinking and sinking, and so so I think we ended up I found some star pickets and had a fire plate on the top, and again, just Jag the Joker style, but it turned out to a shit meal, but it was good fun. But you can't beat a good fire cook up or camping cook up, should say,
Yeah, 100%.
So cheers for that question,
so
mate.
is there, if there's anyone, 100%. Good job, Pete. If there's anyone still on there, bloody having a little bit of a stream, let us know. Like, what's your vote? Is it fancy pants or just keep it basic, snags and snags in bread, or bloody a spud in the fire and away you go, or just jaffles or whatever? Because mate, a lot of the people are the same as you, like more than happy. I know, again, I go on about Krusty, like, but he's just more than happy with a couple of snags flicked around the plate and away he goes. So what have we got here, mate? So we've gone through a couple of questions there. So I'm going to.
I just realised that fucking I've been keeping up the comments, because I was like, fuck, no one's commenting. Everyone's pretty quiet, and I haven't scrolled down. So I'll just roll through it. Krusty said, old enough, you already are, Brad. My sister, I said, the wig's cute, should let me bleach your real hair, it would slay. Krusty said, tinny camping, thumbs up.
There you go. Yeah, there's another one.
Yep, Dan said we caravan every day due to living in it. I'll tell you, this is much rather being a swag, but we only like it to free camp. Hey boys, still on. I used to camp off horseback. Fuck, that'd be sick. Used to camp off horseback.
Holy shit! Yeah, that'd be wicked.
Me and the old boy used to catch brumbies up around. Fuck knows how you say that name. Victoria, Brembra. That would be sick. No one misses shoes in the horses.
Yeah, that'd be wicked, bros.
Yeah, that'd be sick too. Like, I mean, you probably carry a bit more on a horse. My sister said, yes, Timu. Well, you can come. My sister, you can come on camping with me or do it with me. Krusty said, meet the Metros. I'll be driving through that fucking name again on Friday, coming from Tom. Fuck, you got some weird names over there. Not that I can pronounce names.
Tom Grogan?
Yeah, that's the one.
Tom Grogan?
Yep.
Yep.
Fuck, how long does this thing go? Fuck.
He's the high country guru, Krusty. You're a legend, Krusty. You're an absolute legend. He loves it, mate. He lives and breathes it.
Yeah, he said, awesome,
loves
mate.
It.
That's God's country. I'll be up there. Tom Grogan is pure magic. Something I highly recommend is fucking hell. Tornquit. In the first aid kit for aerial bleeds, whatever the fuck that is. Feel free to explain, or maybe I'm just a dumb
Tourniquet, mate. Tourniquet, bro.
That one. Yeah, that one. It sounds fucking good.
It's
good for
Tonquit. well, that's a different. I've never heard tourniquet get pronounced as Tonquit, but anyway, all wrong with that. That's good. I'll fucking remember that for the rest of my life.
Don't pass the world. Big, it just says Big, I don't know the name. Feel free to comment your real name. Feel free to put your name at the end of comments, because obviously it's your YouTube name, it only puts half of it. Says, hey fellas, just finished work. Hope all is going well for the episode 10. Cheers, Big Trav. Oh, he did put the name.
Ledge. Good on you, Big Trav.
And then
so the poor bugger. So if you are still there, Trav, like, we did read your thing out, so you'll have to watch it on YouTube, big fella. Thank you.
You got smoke these comments. I was about to fucking call everyone out, tell them they're fucking been weak as piss because I haven't been commenting, but they have. I just haven't been seeing it.
Yeah, no, they're all there. Absolute legends. Sorry, guys, for Jaden's insignificantness of just not being able to keep up with it. I can't fucking comment.
Someone doesn't know how to fucking read it, so
you fucking blocked me.
All up to know is usual.
I got blocked.
I'll skip one. I'll say that in a minute. Michael says can't beat those camp oven cook-ups. 100%.
Yeah, good on you, Michael.
To hear you singing Brado again, mate. That's old Mr. Wacker. Can't wait to hear you sing Brado again.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, mate. I tell you, I'm going to jump in now and tell you. But on that boys trip, I'm fucking telling you, mate. The night in this episode, I don't get any bloody footage of it. I've actually got personal footage, but I'm not going to share it on the video. And it'll be personal to me forever. But it wasn't our last night camp because we camped. The last night I camped with the boys was on Brownie's front yard, which was another story and a piss of laugh. But at our secret location, mate, we camped and. I had a really emotional night that night, man, because it was really meaningful to me. I hope I don't get emotional now because I can feel it, I can feel it building. But Pete, if you are still listening, thanks for jumping on anyway. But man, to sit around that fire, I know just the boys, the potty we just did with Davo, because Davo's just mad country and loves his singing. It's got a bloody good voice and you know, these boys talk themselves down like they can't sing, and they can actually sing. Like, they're bloody good singers. But that night, man, like, to have the passion around the fire, like, you can imagine these boys are I don't know what they call them, like, whatever they're drinking the heavy stuff. I couldn't drink that, like, it'd smoke me, and I wanted to behave myself and not be a flog, so I sort of just stayed on my vodkas and behaved myself and did my thing. But man, to sit around and watch these legends just get on the sing, it was brilliant. Like, I was just in awe of them, and they sing, they're passionate, they love it. So, mate, and I will say it until the day I die, if you can get around a bunch of blokes, women, crew, whatever, and just get on the sing, look, I mean, the other guys that we do the Simo with, they hate their country. One in particular, Mick. Mick might watch this. I don't know whether he'll live stream, but he might watch it. I'm not sure because he does. I know he listens to it and he gives me a shout out. I know you hate it, Mick. Mick was nearly when I first ever met Mick. I put country on in my old Pertec truck. Mick was nearly going to throw me out the fucking door. He hates it, like, with a passion. Hates country music, and it makes me laugh that he hates it that much. But look, at the end of the day, to spend that time with the boys and just be on the sing, I would love nothing more. I will cherish the time when I get the opportunity to go away with that Waka crew again and just get on the song. Fuck, but it'll be the best. Anyway, so sorry, mate, to cut you off. Yeah, I just wanted to relive the moment because that trip was actually really fucking special. Yeah. New
outro song coming soon, guys, so be prepared for that. Yeah. Brad singing.
Yeah.
We've got a comment just says getting. Who would that be? I feel like I know that name.
Getting?
It just says, because this stupid thing only says like the first part of their name, so getting, whoever that is, big shout out. Here's a question for us. What was the most exhausting track mentally and physically and mechanically, and was it worth it? So, yeah.
Righto, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say that getting, I reckon that's my bloody beautiful wife, eh? Because my wife asked me a question, I was at work. I don't know where the getting comes from. She might be going in there as a fucking alias. Yeah, she's running an alias. But yeah, my wife. So shout out to you, babes, if you are listening and you are on board. So the wife did say to me the other day, I've got a bloody question for the potty. Do we want to jump straight into that, man? Because I do actually.
Yeah, might as well before you
maybe I'm a bit biased because my oldest daughter Charlie, who lives down in Crathern, has just bought herself a Prado, and he's just like mad keen, just wants to get into the full driving and camping and that scene now. He's been doing a little bit with her and her boyfriend, so shout out to her and Adam. Good on yous, love yous, and proud of yous, and yeah, we'll be seeing yous on the tracks real soon. But the wife sent me this message through, and so she asked that question. What are you fucking laughing at? Yeah, is this me?
Fucking Dan said he's commented. Said maybe not a first aid, maybe a speech therapist course for the guy with blonde hair.
Who said that? Who said that, Buzz?
Dan
Metcher. Yeah, he loves it. Good on him.
100%, bros. That's why I didn't want to start a podcast to start with. And
Good shout out, Dan. Good shout out, brother.
Krusty said he's out, so he said, I'm out, early start, finish with the rest of the potty in the tree. So look at these two heads. So cheers for tuning in, bros.
Yeah, thanks, Krusty. Absolute legend, brother. Yeah. No, you're a legend, Krusty, and I appreciate it. Again, appreciate everything you do for me, Krusty. You're an absolute legend. You're a fucking quality mate. Dan, absolutely fucking, you nailed it, bros. Fucking legend. Because, obviously the matches don't talk about Tanaka, or what do you call it, Tanaka or something? So, I don't know, Dan. I don't know whether the matches are out there travelling Australia with any Tanakas in their fucking first aid kit, but anyway, it is what it is.
Feels like something from the fucking Indians or something.
I'm not sure what it was. But yeah, hopefully they can read between the lines. Good shout out, Dan. Love your work, brother. Cheers. So keep an eye on those questions, but I will. So I'm gonna jump in there, and I'm assuming it may be the wife.
Were you calling someone else your wife? That'd be even better.
Well, shit, fuck. It'd be trippy if someone else has asked the same question as the wife. So I think I put that in your photos. So, what track has been the most demanding physically, mentally, and mechanically? So, do you want to go first on that, Buzz? Because do you have a track in particular? Because I've got a couple, but
I can't say I've done the Holland track, which is probably my first. Being down south, again, it's sort of different for both of us, which is a good combination, but down south, everything's fucking close, and I'm not one to take mad risks to buggy your car, and we did the Holland track, and I went through, it would have been the start of summer, so you'd think it would be fairly dry, but the mud was, pretty intense and all that, and got caked the radiators, and cars started getting hot and having to clean radiators out and stuff. But to be honest, I don't know if I've done a full epic track where I've I'd say
challenged.
It was cool, but I enjoyed it. Like, it wasn't probably part of that actually was when I buggered me ute, because I had my N70 Hilux out there. And when we were halfway through the track, there's a mine out there, which I've actually been offered a job at. But when we got out there, they must have been on blasting or something, and they actually blocked the track off and said we're not allowed in there. So if we were probably patient, we probably could have got back through there. But we're like, all right, let's go down this road, see if we can get around the mine. So I've jumped on Google Maps and put the satellite option on, and my brother, there's a track through here, we can surely get around it. And I brought extra fuel, but not enough for like a whole day's worth of extra travel sort of thing. And so I walked down this track, and it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. I'm like, holy shit, like, this isn't a track anymore. And of course I got the handball, and like, you go out front. So we've had to pretty much put the drone up to see where the track was. And that was sort of a bit, like, it's not totally scary, like, we knew there was shit nearby, and if worst comes to worst, we could have gone the mine or something silly, but it was, like, we couldn't see the track, didn't know if it kept going, like, obviously I'd have been driven, and bloody, like, got to the point there was massive trees in the middle of the track, and like, well shit, this hasn't been driven in a long time. But I was looking at my fuel gauge, I was like, I don't have time to go all the way back around. Like, we've spent, half a day, 3/4 of a day going down this track. Like, I'm not going to get to the end. I don't have enough fuel. And so we just like, no, let's punch on. Let's do it. And it was high grass. Like, we got to one section, there's just trees everywhere. To the get the chainsaw out and cut branches and half the tree out the way. And somewhere during it, because you couldn't really see what you're driving, it was just tall grass, so you were just sort of punching through, and at some point the I think it was the next morning. I didn't even realise. Next morning, I've dented my back door, and it's all dented it in. So it must have been a stump or a tree or something. I still don't know how I did it, but that was that sort of 3/4 of a day was pretty like. I don't know, all you down. Like it was like, you know, old mate that I was there with at the time, he was peeking out.
True.
I was like, do we have enough fuel? And every so often put the drone up. All right, this direction and go through. And shit, we got enough fuel. And when we got back on that Holland truck, oh brother, like it was. Beers on. First camp spot, let's pull up. It was and it was probably just full amateur us, like going on that track. I think you go up it normally, it's pretty an easy track, but that was probably my biggest experience, and it like I said, it wasn't that like. I mean, we actually have done the Tanami, what was it, Tanami Road or where it is to Tanami Desert.
Tanami track, yeah.
Yeah, we've done that like almost through the night. Like we've had shit falling off the car I was driving.
Yeah, I've heard that's
falling off, and
bro.
Just about hit it, come around flat out, and not flat out, but came around a corner. There's a camel right in the road, and locked it up.
Yeah, true.
With this camel, and
true.
It's a pretty brutal road. Like we did the Great Central, which was rough. You know, we had little bits fall off, but as soon as we hit the Tanami, oh brother, like shit was falling off left, right, and centre. Like it was.
It's got that reputation.
Oh yeah, 100%. And it was kind of disappointing when we got to the other end. And this is probably a year ago now, I suppose. All the road crews are coming through, putting bitumen through it. So kind of, I mean, probably for the locals, it's probably great. Trying to get trucks and shit through there, like it absolutely destroy trucks, but. For the touristy seller, like it's for
the adventurers.
You want to see what your rig can do.
Yeah, of course.
And so again, another boring answer from me, but that's probably my most mentally, I guess. Yeah, I mean, driving the Sloth anywhere is pretty mentally bloody. I nearly had to go to hospital one time. I drove to Perth to film at the Perth Power Lines track in Mundaring and come up like late at night, and brother, I've never had it where I've shivered that much and could not stop shivering. Like I had blankets jumping up
freezing,
and it turns out the rust holes are just pumping cold air in. So,
true.
That's pretty much my peak. I was shivering for like an hour in bed. It was horrible. Up the sucks. What do you got, brother? I'm sure you got some epic trips, back before your bloody Hollywood days.
Absolutely. And look, I think, if that is the beautiful wife asking that question, she would know, because we've discussed it many times over the years, in particular what my answer would be, essentially. And if there is anyone still live streaming, would love... throw your little, it's probably hard to throw up a story in 2 seconds in a live stream or whatever, but by all means, even if we can make it a topic of another potty 11, 12, whatever, but we've done some mad tracks over the years, like Cape York. I know I'm going to tell you a story at the end of, I'm going to tell you about a couple of things, but the end story will be the one that's was our most memorable hectic track. But I do remember when we did Cape York, for me, like obviously we did it as a family. We had the 3 daughters, and it was Fee and I, and my best mate and my stepdad. They were behind us in a Nissan Patrol, and we camped on the Wenlock. And the night before we bloody done damper dogs, where you bloody roll a stick of, it looks like a bloody sausage of damper on a stick, and we did all that, and then that morning we'd got up, and we were bloody playing around in the shallows and all that, and my mate's renowned for not wearing jocks, free balls everywhere, and a bloody little cherubin had gone up his shorts and bloody nipped him on the nut. It was one of the nuts, like one of the fucking funniest things we've ever seen. Jumps out of the water carrying on with and the kids are like, what's wrong with Uncle Pete? And he's like, hey, he's been bit on the nut with the bloody cherubin. But that morning, you know, and so, and because we were doing the Frenchman's track, we were halfway through the Frenchman's track, and the Frenchman's track was pretty, yeah, it was pretty demanding because it was, even though it was quite dry, because we did it into September, but yeah, really demanding track. Anyway, we camped on the when like we're leaving there in the morning and really chilled, bro. It's like fucking chilled as. And we went across the river, and as we were exiting the river, there was a little steep climb there, and yeah, I smoked the line. I just like picked the most bullshit line, you know, and like we had lockers in that 105, and I didn't think of lockers. I think we had some bloody music going, and the kids were all chilled. The windows are down. It was bloody warm weather, and I just picked this wrong line, and the bloody cruiser just like jumped like. Stood up pretty much almost like on one wheel, hit the bank, shut me mirror, and then sort of came back down and like was just hanging there. Scared the shit out of us, and mate, we've actually got in-cab footage of it, and yeah, it just gave me a real fright. Probably more so for the kids. I was a bit, you know, I didn't really want to damage the car, but that whole noise of like I could hear, you can hear it in the video. My wife like that. And then arms in the car, because the kids, because the older daughter, she said, obviously, you know, that's my daughter from down in Victoria. I think she was 12 or 13 at the time. She sat in the middle, and the two younger kids, I don't know, I'd have to clear this up. I think they were like bloody 3 and 4, or I don't know, they were little, but they pretty much spent a month in the Cape York just in their knickers, like, you know, they were just little kids. And they were always just, and they had their best, they had a state-of-the-art baby seats in there. They were like big racing bloody seats with all the gear. It was like, they were mad setups, these kids, they lived pretty good. But they were always just arm up on the window, because I drove along with my arm on the window, and they just wanted to be like Dad, so they got the arm on the window, you know, windows down. And yeah, we hit that bank. I think it was Charlie, the oldest that live up here with us. Obviously was smart enough to pull her arm in, but then I think that was the fright that we got, you know, like, you know, maybe I'll just, anyway, we got on the CB, and I just called my mate up on the CB, because I don't know whether anyone's experienced this, but I sort of got all disorientated of where my car was, and my car was just on this big angle, and it probably wasn't as bad as what I thought it was, but I didn't want to move, because it really felt like I was going to roll. We're only going to roll into the bank, but it was just, I didn't feel right. Anyway, I called up on the two-way to me mate, and I said, "Hey Pete, you need to get up here, mate." And he's like, "Oh, good." And I said, "No, we've nearly rolled her here. I just need you to get up, come up here, and just let me know where I'm at." On my way, and he come up, he goes, "Yeah, right. No, you're good, mate. You should be able to roll back." He said, "Do you want to get the kids out of the car?" And I said, "No, I don't." He's just said, like, "Nah, it's all good, but just want to get the kids out of the car." It's like, well, it fucking obviously doesn't look that good if you're offering to get me kids out of the car. I said, no, I don't want anyone out of the car, like, just, you know, on fees, you know, being your typical mum, just running all the orders, do this, do that, you know, you're all buckled in, you're making sure everything's sweet, and giving me fucking, you know, full support. And he said, "Just come down a little bit, mate, just reverse down, and you should be right." And just, bud, I was fucking shaking, like it just put the wind up me. I reversed down a little bit, and then I had another go, and just not even thinking about lockers or whatever. He goes, I said, "All right, I'm just gonna have another go." And I don't know for whatever reason, I picked the same line. I drove up, and I just did exactly the same thing, just bang into the bank. Not bad into the bank, but like hit the corner and like my mirror. And he goes, I said, "Oh, fuck." And he's like, I said, "You there, mate?" And he goes, "Yeah, that didn't look good either, mate." And I said, "Well, where do I go?" And he said, "Yeah, just maybe roll back a bit." He said, "Mate," he said, "Yeah, all I could see was roof then, mate. Just, yeah, that didn't look good." And I was just like, fucking hell, he's not fucking filling me with confidence here. So I reversed back a little bit more, and I just said to Fee at that point, like, and Fee was so chilled, man, so calm. Charlie was quite upset. She was a bit scared. Chelsea, I think, was a bit younger, and like Michaela, the oldest, she was just like saying fuck all. I think she was just like fucking where did I get dragged into this? Fucking hell. Anyway, I sort of just looked at it. I was like, oh, fuck, lockers. Put me lockers on. I think I just put my rear locker on. And I just said to Fee, I don't care. We can't get hurt. I'm just going to fucking drive this. I was in, we're in a 105 series, fucking, like I said, 3 swags on the roof, fully loaded, but like there wasn't a spare spot in that car. It was so loaded. Running Mickey Thompson claws back those days and, 33s and all this superior gear. It was like a fucking really well set up rig. And I said, but an old 18Z, non-turbo, straight fucking 18Z. And I said, I'm just going to drive it. If it hits the bank, it hits the bank. We're not going to get hurt. All it's going to do is just put us on the bank, damage the car, but drive through it. And it was just a little hill, man. And I just rolled back first low and I just fucking held the fucking thing flat. And you could hear it on the dirt just going, squealing. And I just drove up, it just launched into the air and you can hear it again, Fee in the video going like that. And it just like drops back down and off I go. But the next day or two was so fucking challenging in my head. We were driving off little bumps like the size of a gutter and I was like fucking shitting myself. Like I put the wind up the whole family. But then we sort of just came good. And we've done, other challenging tracks, but I reckon the track that the most demanding physically, mentally and hardest on the gear, I think it was about 2010 or so, 2009, 2010. We were living in Mount Isa, and we were going Christmas time. It was, Fee'd be able to correct me on this, but I reckon it was like probably the 22nd, 23rd of December. Oh no, it was in between Christmas and New Year's. So I think it might have been Boxing Day we took off. And I think we're going to do New Year's up at the Gregory's. So from Mount Isa, you head up there, you go to Gregory's and Adele's Grove and Lawn Hill National Park and all that sort of stuff. But just behind the Gregory's Hotel, you can camp there on the river. And it's absolutely stunning, mate. It's a beautiful spot. Anyway, we drive up the highway. We're packed to the hill. We've got the two young kids. The older daughter was living in Victoria back then, but the 2 young kids, and again, I think Charlie and Chelsea were bloody like 2 and 3. Like they were tiny, man, like tiny. I reckon 2 or 3. I'm going to go on a limb and say 2 or 3. Anyway, and we had our old dog, old Ali, bless her soul. She was with us. Anyway, we're packed, we're organised, we're going there, we're doing it, but it's wet season, bruss. It's like it's fucking the season you shouldn't really be travelling, but we're doing it. Anyway, we drive up the highway and I think it's like 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours up to Camberwell. Go past Camberwell and from memory, it's a long time ago and not far past Camberwell, you turn in onto the road to go out to Gregory. And anyway, we've turned in there and I hope I don't get sued for this. I hope no one dobs me in. It's a long time ago, so we'll fucking move on. It was the past. We all did stuff. So we turned into this road, bros, and there's a sign, road closed. It's like in the sign, no, wet season, roads closed, fucking due to conditions and all the rest of it. Anyway, I look at this sign, it's got a fucking phone number on it. We ring, can't get a hold of this number, and I don't know what it's fucking Queensland Roads or whatever it was. Anyway, can't get a hold of them. And we reversed back, and I remember just saying to Fee, like, fucking elbows, we've come, this is just like a trip of a lifetime. We've wanted to do this trip. So I did the naughty, bros. And again, people might shoot me down. If you ever watch this or if you ever listen to it, people might shoot me down. I got out of the car, brother. I actually grabbed that sign and I put it on the side of the road as if the road workers had done it. And just said, and like, yeah, probably irresponsible looking back on it, but I fucking did it. And I'm being transparent and honest with the whole world. Anyone that wants to listen to this will get to fucking say it.
I'm looking for a new co-host, guys. So I don't work with illegals. And,
yeah, so I put that sign on the side of the road and I said to Fee, at the end of the day, when we drove in here, that sign was on the edge of the road. It wasn't in the middle of the road. Yep, and we agreed. As husband and wife, mum and dad, we're just like we're doing it. We want to get to the Gregory. Off we go down the highway, put the sign on the side of the road, and we're driving down there, but and there's a 40k sign, so 40k's to Gregory, 40 kilometres to go sign. And we get to there, bud, and the mud, I was struggling to keep the cruiser on the road. It was that fucking slippery. And from that 40k sign to Gregory, it is hectic. Like, it's just deep black mud. If you get stuck there, you're fucked. Like, there's, and you're on your own. And especially if you're bloody, like, that time of year, everyone's packed up for the year. Anyway, as we're fucking going sideways or whatever, I've just said to Fee, hold on, kids. And just spun the cruise around, like a bit of a rally driver, and just like bailed back out of there. Hadn't let me tyres down, hadn't even, I think I was in high 4, I hadn't just engaged anything. And anyway, we bail off back down the road, try this other fucking spot. I can't even get across this other spot. There's another crossing. You can go the back way to Lawn Hill. We tried that way, couldn't get in there, and I said to Fee, we come to this T intersection. So we've done a Yui, we've driven up the road, we've gone back down this other track. Can't get out of there, we've come to the T intersection, we turn right to go home, trip over, or we go left and we take on this black mud for 40 kilometres, brother. Doesn't seem like a long way, but fuck, 40 k's is a long way when it's pissing rain, and I mean it's pissing rain, you're on your own, no one around, and you've got, out of that 40k, 38 of it is black mud. Anyway, we got to that T intersection, I pulled over, I jumped out, I had a piss, I walked over to Fee and I said, you got a minute? She goes, yeah. And I said, we've got two fucking options here. We go home and that's our Christmas fucking done, or we just take on the fucking black mud. But I need you as my wife, as the fucking mother of these children, to be on the same page. Because if we got bogged to the arse here, we're fucked, we're on our own, and we need to dig our way out. Max tracks, winch, do whatever. There's nothing to winch off, bros. There's nothing out there. Like, we're fucking stuck. But we need to be on the same page. I don't want to be that husband that's like, you're a fucking idiot, you got us in this situation. And Fee's never been like that. Fee's like, Bates, we're right. Let's just take it on. Like, fuck. It's all good. Have faith in yourself. Yeah. And that's Fee, like, to a fucking T. So anyway, we fucking get in there. I don't let the tyres down. I don't know why. I think there was a bit too much going on in the head. Put her into high 4, and we hit this mud. That 40 kilometres, bruds, took us just over 3 hours. I was in first high, second high, first high, second high. When we drove in there, bud, and we've got some footage of it. It's some fucking crazy footage. It'll never probably go there, but like, I hit that mud, and then it was just like I was in like third. I was on that 18Z, got the fucking thrashing of its life. I was in second, full pin, bud, on like 4,200 revs, 4.3 or whatever that fucking thing redlined as. And then it'd be just, and then it'd be snapping back to first, and then just, fucking like at full revs, travelling at 3 to 5 kilometres an hour, just fucking on the steering wheel like that. But that I shit you not, I fucking swear on my whole fucking dying oath, I've never done a track. And I know that's what Fee's talking about, that physically, mentally, and like vehicle-wise tortured the fuck. But I was spent, and I could, for that 3 hours, but you'll never, unless you were there, you can't explain to people how hectic it was. There was at one stage, mate, we were coming along the track, I was probably sitting on, even going past I was up on the side of the bank trying to, like, the white post on that track are those flexible ones. I was running them over us. Like, just sideways going over the top of them. Like that. Like, just fucking just, I was in there. I was that scared of getting stuck with the kids. And do you know that whole time, brother, those kids, little kids, had their windows down, giggling, laughing, were catching mud or grabbing mud off the door and making mud balls. There was mud balls on me fucking floor mats. Feel tell you, brothers. There was mud balls. Like, kids thought it was the greatest thing. Had no idea what danger we were in or the pressure the old man was under. Feast the whole time, just like, you've got this, babes, you've got this fucking sick wife, like mad, brilliant support. But I got out of there, my arms were like fucking Popeye, my fucking heart was about that round because it was pumping the whole time. That scared of getting stuck. I drove the fuck out of that old Land Cruiser that day. When we got out to the Gregory, we hit the tarmac, and at one stage there we thought we were out, and then it just started again. we got out onto the tarmac, I jumped out. I shit you not, bud. And I think we may have photos, but so the wheel arch, there was no wheel arch, Buzz. There was just a wheel, a tyre, and just mud. The car, you couldn't see the car. It was like a brown Land Cruiser instead of, it was a white Land Cruiser, but it was brown. We drove into, and I got out of the car, I was physically fucking spent, mentally spent. We pulled into the Gregory Hotel just to see if there was camps. And a couple of local Indigenous fellas were there, and old mate's like, "Hey, where you been?" It's like, "Oh, fucking just come in from Mount Isa." Go, "You got through the black mud, you're mad." Like, oh fuck, so I shouldn't be saying that word. My bad. Sorry for anyone that's listening and hears that word, but yeah, I always swear I wouldn't on social media use the C word, but I did. Anyway, hope you can delete that out. But anyway, we'll roll with it. So yeah, bad for me, but yeah, and I said, yeah, no, we are mad seats. Yeah, we shouldn't be in there, but yeah, we're sort of committed. He goes, no one got through the black mud. Like, yeah, mad. It's like, yeah, well, we're fucking here now. I can know that now. I wouldn't have done it again. So anyway, we went and camped up that night, bud. That night was a crazy night. Washing the kids in the river. There was crocs in the river. Didn't even know that. The next day, one of the local publicans came down and just said, "You just need to get out of here. We've got a storm front coming, and yeah, you just need to get out of here. You can't go home the way you came. You got to go the other way out to Three Ways and that." So yeah, we had to go all the way out to Three Ways, back out to Cloncurry and then home. So the trip, we didn't even get to do the trip anyway. We only spent one night there and then got told to nick off. But that trip, I'm sorry for swearing, I'm probably a bit devastated myself that I used the C word on the socials, but anyway, but that's the reality of it. That's what happened. And that trip, man, I've never done a track or a day trip or a trip that's just smoked me physically and mentally. It was hectic. So if there is anyone listening, and
what do we learn here, kids? Don't drive past the sign that says "Don't go further."
Yeah,
eh?
correct. Yeah, don't go past the signs. Don't use the C word on social media. It's bloody unnecessary. But I did. I used it. I got caught in the moment there for a sec.
I have to fine him and send his donation to charity. You know, like they do on TV. It sounds fully hectic.
No, it was hectic. But look, we got through all right and made it safe. So anyone, if there is anyone still on the live stream, my sincerest apologies for using the C word.
It's alright, mate. You're only got three people, so you're alright.
Oh, right. Well, and it's probably my wife and my daughters. Yeah. It's probably my wife and daughters, so they'd be used to it.
You're gonna get the skull dragged out in a minute. Anyway, it's my hour-long piss take. I don't know how you haven't.
Is it?
Hanging for a piss?
No, I haven't, mate.
Got the ruddy.
I've got the peg on there, Buzz.
Anyway, you can apologise for your profanity, and I'm going to be right back.
Yep. Copy. Too easy. So what do you reckon, Baz? Have we dropped off a couple now that I've been running the C word? Have they smoked me or what?
No, it's come back up. It's come back up, Buzz. We've got lots of laughing emojis.
Oh, have we? Yeah, right. Well, that's good. My apologies.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry, guys. We'll put his job on notice, and he'll get a written warning. We're good talking to, so don't worry, guys. It'll be all sorted out. I should have hit the wrong one.
So what are we running with? Get me out of here! Get me out of this hole I've just dug, bros.
No, this is going. We're gonna for next half an hour. We're gonna have a good talk about your thing. No, we're gonna have a audio message, eh?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, we'll do. Pete. Pete from What Now 4x4.
What Now 4x4. Well, So hopefully this isn't too loud or too soft. It's downloading file. Where are we playing this through? Samsung Music? We'll give that a go. There we go.
Whatever you can do.
G'day, legends. Pete from What Now 4x4. Got a question for you and the viewers. So, you're out camping. You've just parked up. You got camp set up. You got that fire crackling. The sun's going down. You're sitting back in your favourite camp chair. So what now? What's your next move? You kick around, wander around camp and explore. You start prepping dinner. Or is it just to sit back, relax with a cold beer? Love to hear your thoughts. Alright, legends, keep up the good work. Talk soon.
Was that loud as?
Yeah, no, I know whether it was loud. It came through quite clear to me. So yeah, I don't know what the viewers heard, but yeah, it came through quite clear to me.
Yep.
And I actually didn't when I first listened to it, mate. Yeah, it is. And mate, to be honest with you, I didn't realise when he first sent it through to me, because I listened to it a couple of times, that he said, "What now?" And then I was just like, it just become apparent how relevant his name is and how sick his name is. Like, what now 4x4? Like, because, yeah, you know, and it can be used in so many ways. When you get to camp, what now? When you get to a Tina section, what now? You know, when you get bogged to the arse, well, fucking what now? Like, how good is it? Like, it's a very clever name. Didn't think of it like that, Pete. I just thought it was a cool name, but yeah, fucking painting that out.
So, me personally, being as a raging alcoholic, I like drinking, getting on the beers, but I'm a bit of an explorer. When I go camping, my wife loves, so I guess mainly we go beach camping and beach exploring. So the missus will love grabbing a rod, but I love exploring. Like, I'm that dude.
She loves grabbing a fishing rod, you mean, eh?
Yeah. She'll go, and she's got the patience. I don't have the patience for fishing.
Yeah.
But
you miss that, eh?
No. I'll go jump in the car and go for it. She'll be sitting there fishing for the night. I'm going for a drive. Go see if I can find a weird track or camping spot or. So yeah, I can't sit too still for a while. Like, I'll either go for a walk or a drive, preferably a drive, so then I can keep my fridge or rescue with me. But I mean, sometimes it's good. Like, you get a wicked spot. We had it's between Esperance and Albany somewhere, and it was a wicked camping spot. I'm not going to give exact location away, but we found this spot on a cliff, and yeah, it was a absolutely amazing camping spot. Set up the chairs on top of this cliff with the river below, and yeah, it was incredible. And that was just like, grab a beer.
You did a video on that one, eh?
Yeah. It's on YouTube, mate. Joke. Go check it out, guys. But yeah, that was probably the only time I sit still, and it was all a fire. I love sitting next to a fire and just chilling. Yeah, fucking up the beers, bro.
Up the beers, yeah.
Get yourself a Flex Hub stubby holder with 10% off with you on Yarnsman 10. It's a big shout out to accessories.
I actually did have me Flex Hub stubby holder here, but I'm actually running.
You probably fucking sold it, you know. I wouldn't.
See that, Buzz? Just over the hills.
Just over the hills, mate. Yeah.
Ronnie, the Morgan family. Ronnie and Coralie run the best tag-along tours in the Kimberley.
His hat's in the middle there.
Well, there you go. Well, no one can see your hat because it's that fucking blurry.
No,
but yeah,
because I've got
here's
a
the blurry
camera,
hats.
guys. I don't buy my cameras from fucking Big W, mate.
They are.
Yeah,
one wouldn't agree with that, but yeah.
I buy my cameras on Marketplace. I'm
Well, maybe you should just go to Timo.
Coming soon to YouTube. But yeah, I can't sit. I love exploring. That's the whole reason I go out. I love moving around. You know, like we discussed previously, which I said would carry on. That's why I cook so simple. Give a big shout out to Dan again for that information, and I should go to speech therapy. I love moving around, love exploring. Mrs. does love fishing, so I'll be happy to eat the fish once she catches it. But I love going in that. I'm that dude that cruises down and like, what's that little track look like? It hasn't been driven down in a while. We'll shoot down and see what's there. And you know, I've found so much shit that way. Cruising down different tracks, and I don't know. It's just. That's the whole reason, like you see, and nothing against those guys, don't sue us, but these people that will sit there with all their bloody, these old DVD players sitting in the swag with a river rushing under them. I'd rather go out and, sit in the river.
They sound fucking pretty cool.
But yeah, that's just me. I like it simple, you know. There's all these cool spots, and you know, these days I love whipping out the camera or phone and trying to get a cool shot of somewhere, or my car somewhere, or a drone. And big thing is drones, like sitting and drone up and just finding these cool spots. Like drones are just next level. What the shots you can get, and yeah. So that's me, mate. Just a raging alcoholic. So yeah.
Yeah.
What about you?
Well, I was glad we've cleared that up. Yeah, but
Wouldn't have guessed
nah,
it.
look, I think, mate, I think it comes with the environment you're in. So I'm a mad keen fisherman. So if we're coastal camping, and obviously we spend a lot of time on our own, Fee and I. So if we're going to a beach camp or near a river where I can fish, yeah, I'm just relentless. Like I don't sit down. And I pretty much get to camp, and Fee does pretty much everything. I just grab my rod and fuck off, like, and just go fishing. But you know, like, obviously I set Fee's rod up, and we fish together. But Fee does a lot more. If I'm on a coastal camp, Fee does a lot more than what I do, because I'm just on the fish. I just want to be out there fishing. If we're bush camping, I'm probably a bit more present, where I sort of help out around camp, and we'll do stuff, and we'll just chill. So I don't think it's necessary to lock it in. This is what we do when we get to camp. And I think it's, again, depending on what sort of environment, but depending on what sort of time of day you get there. Like if you get there and it's just on dusk, or dark or whatever, it's just about setting up camp, getting that bloody fire going, and sitting around it. But I must say, and I don't know whether it's an age thing, as a young fella, going camping, I probably didn't spend a lot of time taking in the environment wildlife wise.
Surroundings.
I'm fine, mate, because I didn't give a fuck. Like, I just wanted to get into camp and just get a fishing rod in my hand, or get on my motorbike and go riding, or whatever. Like, I was no time for sitting around. Let's get the camp set up. Let's just hit the tracks. Like, let's go full driving. Let's just on the go all the time. And I'm no different now, but I've probably, as I've got older, man, like I love the concept of like getting there at night, or it's probably especially in the morning, and just like a no sound, and listening to the birds and the country talking to you. I'm a massive fan of that now, whereas I never used to be. I used to be just get up, I want to just go, let's do stuff or whatever. Man, that first hour in the morning, because obviously Fee and I are up at sort of 3:30, 4 o'clock every day of the week to go to work, so it's a normal, when we go camping, we're not people who sleep till 9 o'clock because we're camping. We're fucking up at the first crack of dawn, coffees are on, and we're just out there, just sitting there, just like, and we might sit, depending on in the environment again, we might just sit there for 2 hours and just talk shit, have a coffee. We've got nowhere to be that day, or if we're not moving on, or with the quads, when we go camping, we take the quads, we're sort of up, and we've got a mission, like we're getting on the quads and we're going fishing, or we're going to go and check out this track or whatever. But if we're just there, just with the full drive, we're more than happy to sit there for 2 hours. And like, I know, going away with the boys trip again, Brownie, as quick as fuck it, it's almost like he wakes up and it's like his hand, instead of he turns his alarm off. He doesn't, I don't know whether he runs an alarm, but it's almost like when a normal person turn their alarm off, Brownie just like opens his fucking eyes and hits play on Spotify, and he's playing country. Like, he just loves it. Like, he just, mate, it's almost like he fucking sleeps with just his music is going all the time. I've used to be a bit like that. I'm not as much like it as anymore. Like, I've got no issue with playing music and that, but I love waking up in the morning and just sitting there and just taking it in. If there's a stream there, listening to the stream, but like focusing on it, and just listening to the birds. Like, I remember one trip, mate, just that 2 hours or hour and a half from nothing to where you've got just a couple of birds, and listening to it, if you focus on it, fuck, bud, it's like, it just gets hectic. It's just, and it's almost like every bird and animal and everything is just like wakes up, it's like, right, all fucking day started, let's go about our business. And like, I've never grew up, so I might sound like an old fucking bird watcher, and I'm not really a bird watcher, but I'm a bird listener, and it's just being, you know, as Ronnie would say, you know, being on country and being as one with it and just taking it in. I love that. So I don't know whether that's the same as what people's asking, but yeah, like when I get into camp, and depending on the environment, whether I sit there and take it all in, or whether, like, if we've got an environment that just sort of offers activities, I'm on the activity. Like yourself, man, I want to explore. I want to, if we pull up, we fall drive into a place and I see a bit of a track I'm fucking keen as, I might just go for a walk just to see it, just to know what we're going to tackle the next day and all that sort of stuff. You know, I get that. You know, I'll throw it out. I say it all the time, mate. You know, Fee and a lot of people that I know and family and all the rest of it reckon, you know, I'm that bloody undiagnosed ADHD, and that's nothing against people that you know, that have got genuine ADHD. I don't know whether I have or I don't. I fucking struggle to sit still. I struggle to process shit. Like, I just want to be just bloody out there having a bit of a go. I don't spend a lot of time sitting around. But yeah, if I am sitting around, I just want to take in the environment. So yeah, Pete, again, thanks for your question. I hope we've answered that. And again, if there is anyone on the stream now, tell us what your fucking thing is. Do you get into camp and just chill and just like, I'm happy just sitting here, light a fire, and I will sit here and get on the, you know, on the fire and what people will say, the bush TV, you know, or do you just fucking on the go? Like, is it just about getting the feed cooking and, you know, is it just getting to camp and get some music cranking and, you know, whatever? Let us know in the comments later on or in the stream now or whatever. But again, Pete, legend, thank you. You've chucked out an audio one for us and you've chucked out a thing. So yeah.
We do have a chat question too.
Go on. What do we got? Russ?
Michael, did we establish who that was? Michael?
No,
Michael?
Please tell me, Michael.
Michael, please
I feel like a rude because I don't know.
Yeah, well, again, put your name at the end, who you are on Instagram and stuff.
Because we potentially know you, Michael.
I need a speech therapist, and I can't remember names, so this old Hollywood over here remembers names. But anyway, he had laughing emojis, which was obviously to some joke that was happening. Probably something about you, Brad, because it would be. But if both Toyota or Nissan never existed, what would your rig of choice be to get you home from the remote outback tracks? That's a fucking hard one. I was sort of thinking that as you were talking, I was like, oh, I'd go like a Nissan Navara, or it's a Nissan. Well, I don't even know what's left. You got a Triton.
No.
Oh god.
There'd only be two. Yeah, well, it'd only be two vehicles. Say that question again, because do you know I actually just was reminded when I was just trying to process names and shit. I reckon our mate Zach, GW Tank, I think he would have definitely asked us a question for this one, and I reckon he did, but I need to go back and find it. You might not be on here, Zach, but I reckon you would have asked us a question. He did, didn't he? He asked us a bloody question, or he asked us for one for last time, and we never got around to it or something. So I feel like a rude prick. Yeah.
We'll look it up. But yeah,
so
no Toyotas, no Nissans. No Toyota, no Nissan. What's your choice of rig to get you home from the remote outback tracks?
Me? Are you asking me?
Yep.
Do you want me to go first?
I'm not asking you. Michael's asking you.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. But do you want me to go first, Bros?
Mate, you go first. I don't know what the fuck to say, really.
I'm going to go out on a limb and straight away Land Rover. Yeah, fuck, if there's a Land Rover out there in a remote area, I would love to just do a mad trip in a fucking old Land Rover.
Obviously old school, eh? Old school Land Rover.
100%. I'm an old Land Rover, crunchy box, uncomfortable seat. Just they look like a full drive. They drive like a full drive. They've been around for 100,000 years. They're a fucking absolute weapon. Yep. if it wasn't a Land Rover, if they're just random cars sitting in the paddock, if you just had outside of Toyota and Nissan, if you had every brand there, I'd go the Land Rover, and if the Land Rover wouldn't start and had electrical problems like they do, I'd go for a fucking Suzuki Sierra or an old Suzuki of some sort.
Yeah.
100%.
Well,
I would pick a Suzuki over every other brand. Love me Suzukis, man. I just reckon they're sick. So that's what I'd do.
That's like thinking about that. All the cars I'd think, Hilux or all these different cars. It's like fuck Toyota and Nissan are the Suzuki
They're the
is
leaders.
definitely like people just Suzuki's definitely up there. I'd probably go a Cybertruck. That'd be my first choice, electric.
A Cybertruck. What is that?
It's the new Tesla, mate. Those fucking supposed to be bulletproof and shit, just in case you have the farmers have a crack at you. Apparently.
Yeah, righto.
No, but I don't know. I don't even know what. Yeah, you say Suzuki Sierra. That's definitely. I almost bought one as a kid, actually, when I was younger. Fucking just about still am a kid. Well, I still am a kid. But
yeah, you are.
Yeah, Suzuki Sierra. That would be definitely top of the list. I don't know, because I think Utes would be. I don't even know any Utes. Like obviously Triton, but who wants to be? I mean, nothing against Triton owners, but I'd probably go Subaru and crack some Birkenstocks.
Oh yeah, yeah. Did you like that thing I sent you today, Russ? About the Subaru?
I've forgotten that. Yeah, about something about Subaru. Oh, something. I
Yeah.
don't know what the real was. Yeah.
So shout out to Mick Barsby, me mate, from here in Headland. Did the semi trip with me. He sent us a little meme today and says about do you drive a Subaru? And so I can't remember exactly how it went. It's like, yeah, I drive a Subaru because I'm gay. It's like nothing against gay people. Like, if you want to be gay, knock yourself out. But I had a little giggle. I probably shouldn't have shared it. But thanks, Mick. I love your work, brother. Because Mick loves a laugh. Like, he's brutal at times, but I feel shit because I know Zach sent us a question, bros. Zach, if you're on here, man, can you please, where did he send me that question? I can't remember.
Old fucking guru here, mate. Just what's his car called again? I can't even think of his car. What's the big thing he drives?
I'm not familiar with the name of him either, but because he sent me a message saying how everyone calls his car ugly.
The old character buddy thing again. Because didn't we answer that? I thought we answered that last episode. That was about the buddy.
Oh, no, here we go. Sorry. Question for the potty. Here we go. So do we want to run with this? So, what's Michael up to? Has Michael told us who he is?
No, Michael's done fuck all.
Come on, Michael.
He's probably a Triton owner, that's probably why he's answered that.
No, he's not. He
said other things underneath it. He said, obviously replying to something we've said, which I don't know. He said, clear as the old ugly stick. Is that same old Python running for a piss or what?
Ugly stick would be a fishing rod, mate. If he's, well, I know ugly stick has been, but he could be talking about that from as a young fella you got beaten with the fucking thing.
I don't like this live stream shit.
You got beat with the ugly stick.
Probably.
But ugly stick is...
I didn't need that, mate. I just come in. This is all natural.
But yeah, ugly stick's a fishing rod. So, mate, because
Here we are learning, guys.
I'd love to know who Michael is if he's talking ugly stick.
79 Sandy. He's revealed himself.
Righto. So I don't know why he's come through as Michael. So he's a cheeky bugger. So Michael is actually Mick, my mate who lives. So he's Mick is one. Yeah, well it is, but I fucking don't know him as Michael. You're a cheeky bastard, Mick. You're a cheeky bastard, Mick. Yeah. What do you reckon?
Sound effects.
Yeah. No, that's good. I love it. So so Mick wouldn't. I don't reckon Mick would be talking about ugly stick, the fishing rod. He'd be just talking about we got beaten with the ugly stick. But But yeah, so Mick was the bloke who sent through me the meme today about the Subaru. So shout out to you, Mick. Love you, mate. You're an absolute legend. He's one of my best mates. So
Hater.
yeah, no, he doesn't hate gays. He does. He fucking hates gays. But yeah, he's a down to earth bloke. Like he accepts people for what they are, but yeah, hates gays. But yeah, legend Mick. All this, the whole time he's fucking running the Michael thing. So yeah, that's who I'm going out to dinner on Friday night with. That's who we're doing the Simo crossing with, and that's who we've done the Simo crossing with. Absolute legend. Lives and breathes Toyotas. So yeah, I'd be interested to know what Mick could do in that situation. If you are still on there, Mick, what would you do, mate? So Toyotas and Nissans they're out of there. You're stuck remote, and you got to make your way out of there, and you've got every other brand of all drive there. What are you running, Mick? Let us know, mate.
Probably a giant
And get rid of the Michael and put Mick there. I reckon Mick could go a Land Rover too because he's old school. Mate, he's a can steer him, can wheel a four-wheel drive. One of the best people. If you want to go remote, if you want to go anywhere in Australia remote, and and know a bloke that'll be by your side and pull you out of the shit when you got a good crew. Yeah, I'm not going to say his last name, but fucking mix a bloke that you would go there with, mate. He's definitely, and that's why we go remote with these guys, and we go to all the special spots because man knows his way around a Land Cruiser, knows his way around a full drive, and knows his way around remote. They live and breathe it, man. He's been around it his whole life. So shout out to you, Mick. Appreciate it, Ruz.
Sure, yeah.
So yeah, and I agree. Jaden has been flogged with the ugly stick.
Oh, mate, I'll tell you what. There's going to be some suing
so
me over here.
So just quickly, I don't know where the live stream's going, so I just want to chuck out.
Yeah, agree with the Defender, mate. He's on the Defender page.
Is he? Yeah, he's running a Land Rover. Good on you, Mick. Legend. So I'm gonna chuck out this, and it'll be a bit of a laugh, but I did remember Zach asked a question. So Zach's question was, Raz, question for the potty is, why is everyone selling water filters? Do you reckon the freedom influence?
Yes. Fuck yes. What a question.
Do you reckon these freedom influencers actually have success, mate? It's a running joke with so many people. If you're selling filters.
Mate,
tell me, are you selling filters?
Mate, yarn's been 10. Fucking get yourself a...
Yeah, yarn's been 10 for free filters.
No, because I looked into this fucking years ago when I was sort of just getting in the social media game, mate.
When you were buying subscribers, was it, mate?
When I was about 6.5 years old, I had some fucking filter selling Birkenstock Subaru and driving fella trying to get me in the water filters game, and I was like, fuck yeah, let's get into this. And I was just, what the fuck's this about? Because I don't know, they're shady. I'm glad this come up. This is a fucking good combo too. I'm all for the fucking drama. Because they're a bit shady when they advertise that they're either fucking, get around it, we're a family, and this is our dream, or I was a tradie and I've been working 12 hours a day for 7 days a week.
I've seen that same
50 years. Yeah, it's all the same, man. Yeah. It's all the same. Or, don't you want a better life? Do you want to travel with your family? Message, I'm ready. Message, I'm ready. So, we should, we're starting an Off-Road Johnson podcast campaign. Actually, message all our supporters, like whenever you buy a product, just message them, I'm ready. And then just drop the 10.
I'm ready. Filters 10. Husband filters 10.
But anyway, I was looking into it, and I guess in my mind it would work. So pretty much, you have your top dog, and they sort of recruit you, and they sell a fucking, if there's any water filter selling Birkenstock, Subaru drivers, people want feel free to message in. But they sell you a water filter at like a water buddy filter thing at like $7,000 or something ridiculous,
Yeah.
and that profit goes through to fucking your people above you, and you get so much, and you stay in the fucking.
It's a fucking pyramid system, bros.
Yeah,
it's a pyramid
but what do
fucking
you even
thing.
call them?
Yeah.
Like a. I'm not gonna say a slave, but something like that. We
Flog?
definitely.
You could call them flogs if you
definitely,
wanted.
mate, if we weren't getting sued by these big four drive companies, we're definitely getting sued by the but yeah, pretty much.
All to your own, but fuck.
Yeah. But you sell the water filter, then the people above you get so much of a cut. You get a little bit, and then the longer you stay, and then your job is to recruit other people. That's why they fucking say, "Message me, I'm ready." They recruit you, and then you become under them.
It's pyramid,
So
bros.
then, So fucking, so in theory it would work, but fucking what a load of crock. For me personally, mate, I'd rather fucking sell dildos at the fucking four drive show with them professionals. But
Well, there's every chance you're going to. Yeah, well, there's every chance you will. Yeah, going hot.
I don't know. It's what was it? I forgot what even the question was about it again, but.
Oh, just are they actually being are they successful?
Yeah.
And look, to be honest with you, Zach, I think there's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek question. I think
hypothetically they should be. They could be. They would. Well, they would be if they after time you would for the amount of fucking work you put in. And the amount of money they put in advertising and shit, you would be to an extent. And I think once you get towards the top of the pyramid, fucking oath, you probably would be. But I don't know. It's pretty much a scam. Like. It's a scam without being a scam at the same time. Like,
well, at the end of the day, you get purified water, so you're winning because you're getting clean water to drink. But let's not fucking be under any illusion. And any of you guys that do follow us and think that we're being rude or crude for hanging shit on you for selling water filters,
educate us.
knock your fucking self out. But well, like at the end of the day, let's not be under any illusions, mate. It's a pyramid system. There's fucking pyramid systems that have been going on for 1,000 years. It's the same fucking thing whether you're selling selling water filters, or you're selling isogenics, or you're selling fucking stubby holders or whatever. Like the reality is, all those things, they're pyramid systems. You start at the top and you tell all your mates, buy a system or whatever. At the end of the day, just go to fucking Coles and buy some purified water and on you go. Like, people will make money out of it. Fucking oath, yeah. Here's to them. But the reality is, I don't know, like, there's plenty of people doing it, and there would be people making money out of it and being successful, but I think I think it sort of leads you into a really shit environment to where, on a more serious note, where we've had people reach out to us and say, the old "Are you ready?" fucking type in "Are you ready?" And I find it offensive, and it's like, yeah, mate, we get 10 likes. They like every post we do. We ride quad bikes, mate, and then you like every post we do, and then you tell us, "Are you ready to buy a fucking filter?" Like, you're picking the wrong people. Like, we're riding quad bikes, and you see us on the piss all the time. Like, we don't need water. Like, we buy water from the shops. Like, we're not here to sell water filters. So, but then you sort of get dropped off the bandwagon, So I get a bit annoyed with it. I think I actually think these people, if you can make money out of it, happy days, knock your fucking self out. But I actually think you're selling water filters to people you don't know, trying to befriend them and be mates. You're ripping them off, and you're basically doing it to line your own pockets, because at the end of the day, fuck the filters. I don't know, like, it does my head in a little bit. So, Zach, to answer your question, if they're being successful, knock themselves out, they're doing well, good on them. Because unfortunately, the world we live in, everyone's out there to line their own pockets. Everyone's there to do fuck all and earn as much money as they can for it. So that's in a nutshell. Thanks for your question though, Zach. And it was, mate, I hope you get a laugh out of this, Zach, but that I commend you, mate, because that is one of the shortest questions you've ever asked us, and I love you for it, mate. Thank you.
Let us know what your message code is, mate, and we'll fucking get around to it.
Yeah. GW Tank 20.
Again, did we figure out who Wrong was? Wong? He says you are still
Wong.
going. Thanks for sharing my story earlier.
That'd be Wrong Way. That'd be Nathan from Wrong Way.
Yeah.
Fuck, you got me saying Wong. That will be Nathan from Wrong Way Adventures.
Come on. You're still going.
And mate, thank you, Nath. Mate, he's an absolute gentleman, and you know he's a family man, and you know he's a grown man. He doesn't muck around like you, mate. He's not immature like you, but like at the end of the day.
Mustn't be that cool of bloke, you know?
But yeah, thank you, Nath, because it is actually personal sharing a story about your young fella, mate. So yeah, and I hope that sort of gives some people some ideas on how important it is to have first aid and know how to use it, and just realise that once your son's on the mend, get the fuck back into Cape York and start doing the old tally track again. Good on you, Nate. Cheers, mate.
Probably more go back to work and pay off those credit cards, I reckon.
Yeah, for the $3,000 you spent on bloody plane tickets, you poor bugger. Yeah.
No,
so what have we got in? We got any other streamers? Because I do have one more question that I do have on the books, mate.
No comments at this stage. Mr.
No,
Wong said, haha, I wouldn't say that. Mr. Wong. That's going to be known as his name. Bro, change your Instagram name. You're Mr. Wong.
Yeah. So everyone's dropped off, mate. We've got no streamers.
We're still holding a steady 5.
Right, too easy. So, mate, I'm gonna throw it out there then. Little bit biased, and is what it is. Because look, again, people know me. I'm a mad family first sort of person. Love me wife and kids and all about it. So one of the other questions that came through was for my beautiful daughter Charlie. Don't know whether she'd be tuning in. She said she was going to, but but I know she listens to the potty and she watches our videos and runs our merch and gets all around it. So my daughter Charlie sent a question in, places you have been where the time allocated was not enough to barely scratch the surface. Well, I reckon, my dear daughter, that would be nearly every fucking spot I've been, but...
I was going to say...
Yeah, because I just... but look, the reality is... can I start on that, bros?
I'm so, mate. I will allow you to start that.
And just before I do go, I just want to... So, I believe earlier, we weren't sure, I think the wife was running an alias and sending that question. Thank you, my beautiful wife. Fee, you're a legend. We answered your question. Thanks to Zach for your question on the water filters.
Your daughter said I'm here.
Oh, is she? There she goes.
You better watch your language, my son.
Nah. No, well, she can match it with the best of us, mate. She knows how to swear. Good work, Charlie. So Charlie's asked that question, but thanks to everyone so far that's put in the questions, because I understand obviously Eastern States guys are going to go to bed and stuff, but to answer my daughter's question, get around her too, Charlie Ambler, what a legend, getting out there having a bit of a crack. I reckon the biggest one, and not the biggest one, but the one probably that sort of everywhere we've gone, the Kimberley, like we've done trips into the Kimberley where we just haven't touched the surface a little bit. There's a bit more that we'd like to do, but when we did the Gibb River Road, we did a lot of stuff there that we set out to achieve. Obviously, Charlie, myself and Chelsea did a bit of it on our own due to Fee going to hospital. But I reckon one of the trips that we did that I can look back on that we only scratched the surface, and I reckon Charlie would agree with this, even though she was a little kid, was Cape York, man. We spent a month in Cape York, and geez, we fucking barely touched the surface. Like we sincerely, like, you could go and spend 3 months there, mate. You know what I mean? You could spend 3 months there and not touch the surface still. Cape York's one that just sort of really jumps out on me. But even anywhere that we've gone in the Pilbara, the desert, you know, you can only really cross the desert one or two times, but there's little things that we could do that we could have done on the desert, and just like Central Australia, that like you run out of time. Yeah, absolutely run out of time. But the biggest one for me, man, is Cape York. Like, and we would love to go back there again. But and too, man. Like we went up to Darwin. So Charlie and I, and if she's listening, she'll know. We did a trip to Darwin to catch up with the old man. So the previous year, the old man had surprised us and came here for Anzac Day. Vietnam veteran, my old man is. Proud of you, Dad. Love you, mate. Thanks for your service. But he came and surprised us here in Port Hedland, and we did the dawn service and marched. And the next year, we bloody organised to surprise the old man and went over there. And at the time, man, my daughter Charlie was having a fair bit of issues at school and shit. And we pulled her out of school, and Charlie and I actually drove over together on our own. And I think it was 2 or 3 days later, Fee and Chelsea, the younger daughter, they flew over and met us up there. But yeah, Charlie and I sort of a bit spewing, mate, if I was to turn back time, I'm probably a little bit off topic, but if I was to turn back time, we were going to take 3 or 4 days to drive from Port Hedland to Darwin. And I think Charlie and I just drove through, like she wasn't driving at that time, but we drove through flat out, man. Well, I think we drove bloody 26 hours straight. I think we stopped somewhere just before the border there, just before Kununurra, and we tried to have a little sleep, and we were restless, we couldn't sleep, and anyway, we kept going and bloody got through to Darwin, and I had bloody cankles, man, my ankles were that round, you know, and but we spent a couple of days there with the old man, Charlie and I.
They were all the time.
Oh, but yeah, I've got full fucking, I won't say the word. There's a bit of running joke in our house what my legs are called, but anyway, I got little chicken legs. But yeah, we drove across there, and Charlie and I got to spend a couple of days with the old man just on our own and that. But we spent a bit of, I think we were there for 2 weeks. We spent a bit of time in Darwin and the surrounding areas with the old man, and got a real taste for Northern Territory, but did not scratch the surface there, mate. Would love to go back there. Especially with the quads, like the quads, man, would be sick over there because they have sort of the same lack of restrictions or lack of policing quad bikes in the NT, like, you know, what we do here. Would be sick to go over there. But yeah, the Cape York trip was probably the trip that we've done as a family, and Fee and I have done or whatever, where it was just so much to see. And so, a month just wasn't enough, man. What about yourself, bros? What about yourself? But obviously down in the ups, man, everyone's jumping off the internet, eh? Because the blue's starting to go away, so the internet might be cranking for you, bros.
Yeah, mate.
Everyone's gone to bed down in the ups.
Must have 2 blokes on the bike right now and cranking the internet.
Yeah.
Got the horse running around. When I did a trip. We went up Great Central, up past Uluru and NT, and it was a rush trip. Like, it was, I almost wish I didn't do it. Like, it was kind of a waste. Like, you just drove past pretty much everything.
Just the wrong itinerary.
Yeah, it was just running. Then we punched up to Darwin. That's when all the flooding, when that Fitzroy River took out the bridge and shit. And
yeah, right. Yeah.
And we sat in NT for, I don't know how many days, almost a week pretty much. And you know, like, Darwin's pretty cool, we went to a few spots there, but wasn't while I was going for a trip, you know, like, wanted to explore in between that, you know. Uluru was sick, like, bloody expensive, but it was like, holy shit, that's a big rock. It's almost unnatural, you know. It's like, holy shit, that's sick, like. And then when the borders opened to WA, shot over to Wyndham to see Ronnie, and we've said it time and time again. You probably spent a bit more, or have spent a bit more time up in Wyndham, and it's just, bro, it feels like you could spend a month just in Wyndham. Like, it's just
100%.
There's pockets of glory everywhere there. Like, it's just incredible, and not even just the landscape, the people, and Ronnie and his old boy, and it's just amazing there. So That's been a pinnacle I've always wanted to do.
Yeah.
So yeah, that whole trip was and it was. I mean, it's sort of good. It's given me a glimpse of like I want to get back up there when I do. I want to build a car to just go up there, and I mean, obviously we've got a kid on the way, so it's probably a little while off now, but it's sort of a goal in life to get back up there and do a really good trip. Like, I'm talking months sort of thing. But sort of in the ups way, I suppose we did a trip to Esperance, which is, Esperance has been put on the social media for a while now. It was bloody
it is
top fucking beach or whatever the carry-on was. And when we sort of went, sort of travelled the coast down and sort of cruised along. And yeah, I don't know, you sort of felt like for the distance we did, again, like I said, like exploring. So it's, I felt like I can't remember the beach we went down to. It was like fair way, a couple of hours or hour past Esperance. And we spent a day, maybe, and then we got there sort of, I guess, midday, explored it, and then pissed off the next day. But yeah, that's sort of, there's a few beaches down there. We went into Esperance and did all the bloody tourist attractions and all this carry on, and the weather was pretty shit. But I feel like there's a lot more hidden tracks there and beaches that are just out the major tourist attractions. Travel a little bit further. So yeah, that was. I mean, I was buggered by the end of that trip. I was exhausted. It was pretty good to get home, but yeah, I felt like there was a lot more to explore there. We only spent probably the Esperance sort of section. Only spent probably a day and a half, 2 days there, and then a lot of that was travelling to the other beach. So I don't know. It'd be good to give Esperance another chance. The hype was definitely. Well, one thing I figured out about Esperance is you look up Esperance, all these fucking wicked photos come up of the beaches and shit.
Yeah, they do.
That area, you probably got fucking 2-3 weeks of good weather that ever comes down there. Like those pictures are taken in the absolute prime weather.
In the peak. Yeah.
And so it looks amazing. And then 95% of the time when you go down there, it's pissing with rain. I mean, if you don't mind that, then by the oath, it's pretty good. But
a
lot of that was we had spitting rain, and we were trying to cook in between showers and that sort of shit. So it wasn't ideal, but it kind of felt a bit, I mean, a lot of the other trips, like I say, down south, it's sort of day, weekend trips, so you pretty much get everything in because everything's close. But we done sort of Margaret River, and that area was pretty good. We spent like a week or two down that way. Going back to the camps trailer, that was really good. We sort of set up a base camp there, and then sort of darted out to all the caves and stuff like that. But definitely up north. I don't think you can have a big enough time. Like honestly, even if you spent 6 months there, I don't think you'd still have enough time. Like, there's so much shit to see, so many abandoned tracks, so much history. Like, really, you could spend bloody 5 years there and you still wouldn't see it.
Yeah, you could.
Where is your time limit for up there? But yeah, it's
I think that's that permanent travel, mate. Like, if you can permanent travel. And look, I just watched a little thing on Sarah and Keel and Taylor did like a Q&A, and they were just talking about one of the things that they've learnt is just not, you can't see everything. Like, unfortunately you can't see everything. So if you go into a town or in an area such as Cape York, mate, you could seriously spend 2 or 3 years up there, and you couldn't go to every fishing hole, and you couldn't go and see everything. The Kimberley's the same. Like, obviously, you can go to Wyndham, brother, and like, if you just was to stick in Wyndham's not a big area or whatever, but the reality is
just
Wyndham and the Kimberley is fucking huge. Like, there's so much to do and see up there, and man, there's probably, there's places that you can go with the Morgans and just over the hills tag along tours. Shout out to Ronnie and the family. Get on board if you ever want to do an experience. The Kimberley, like, that's the spot. And again, if you want to go up and catch barra and all the rest of it, Birchie's fucking Birchie's tours. Jump on Birchie. Like he, he does his tag along tours through there, like his fishing tours and all this stuff. But these guys live and breathe the Kimberley. But the Wyndham area, man, there's so much to see up there. Like it doesn't stop. So to answer my daughter's question, bless your little cotton socks there, Charlie. I reckon Kate Gill's probably the one that jumps out to me. She just loves it. She loves it. We're pretty close, me and the rabbit. But and she's keen as man to I think she's just bought her four-wheel drive, her first ever four-wheel drive, and her and the boyfriend are keen to get out there. He loves it too, mate. Just to get out there and experience as much as they can. Like she'll obviously never be as good a four-wheel driver as her dad, but she'll try. Like she'll have a crack. But
she'll be on the water filters in no time.
Yeah, she'll be on the water filters in no time, brus. Yeah, she'll be on the pyramid. So shout out to Charlie and pyramid.
If we see a water filter in the background next to your rods, mate, we know what's going on there. Right?
Yeah, and if we see water filters getting sold with a Charlie 10 fucking code, we know it's her. We know it's her. So yeah, shout out to Charlie. But don't ever stop living your dream.
Good question.
Yeah. So thank you for that question, Charlie. Love you heaps. So, but that is
pub one.
Oh fuck, we did too.
Would you like me to get into it, mate?
Go on. He's one of he's one of our biggest supporters. He's one of our.
I would like to. I'm sorry for Brad's. Doesn't want to pay attention to your question, mate. Lucky Barry's
fucking
here.
Heaven will be well in bed by now.
Yeah, well,
poor bastard.
He'd have to wake up a good 2 hours before he leaves for work to warm the old Hilux up. But yeah.
Sorry, Evan.
Fuck, where was the question? I've gone because you two fucking yarn for ages.
And what's your favourite pub?
Yeah, so if you haven't got episode 2, I'd love to hear about your favourite pubs, local or ones you've come across in your travels.
Yeah.
So in that NT trip I was just talking about, there's some fucking ripper pubs there. So I can't remember the other one. I think it's Daily Waters was another.
So good,
bro. It's like you could spend
a
few days there. Like just was just so sick. And I sort of like, God, I want to buy a pub down south and make it into that. That was friggin' sick.
Yeah.
Like, you have your signs everywhere. Everyone has their photos on the wall. And there was I can't remember the name of the pub. It's where that dude went missing or something. It was part of the I can't remember the name. It's in the middle of nowhere, this pub. This old boy run it. He went there and he's same thing. It's just photos on the wall and he's bloke's old as, and it's just you go into the urinal and there's the kegs as part of your pisses, and it was just a sick old pub. Like you came there for free and no beer on tap. Like it was just all in the middle of nowhere. And,
we could.
And he had some yarns to tell you, like he'd been around. But Daily Waters is sort of like the modernised version of it. You had you go in the toilet and the signs everywhere, and there was a goat cruising around the pub, and all the chicks had their bloody bras pegged up on the roof, and it would have been some wild nights there, like and like down south here they're pretty civil, I guess. Like they're
the pubs.
One, just quickly, the sort of south pub I'd say was good. I can't even remember the name of the joint. Again, fucking useless at names. Up near York, there's a little caravan park and it's got a little 4-drive. I might think of it later. I'll look it up in a second. Little 4-drive park there. That was pretty sick when we went and camped there. Sort of in the middle of nowhere. They got a little airport. They got an airport right next to the caravan park. You do like little paraglide buddy rides and all that sort of shit.
Yeah, right.
Went to the pub there. That was pretty sick. Like, they had a band going. They had bonfires, like an old excavator bucket. Just the whole vibe was really sick. Like you're just out on a farm in the middle of nowhere, and you hear the last plane paraglide buddy thing lands, You know, the four drives, you got mud on them from the bloody four drive track, and you roll into the bar.
Yeah.
You know, back to your swag or whatever. Bands pumping, you know, fires cranking. Yeah, it was pretty sick for down south. Like, you know, like I said, we got, you know, you got your everyday pubs where you go in and get thrown through the bloody front window with a fight.
Yeah.
Nothing
Yeah.
like up north. But yeah, what do you got, brother? I bet you're a raging alcoholic in your time.
Yeah, I still am, but yeah, mate, it's funny because you say the daily waters, and it wasn't on the forefront of my mind, but I've got, and I just want to, are you still on the page there where Evan said his 2 pubs were, because he had 2 pubs here in West Australia, a couple of locals that he went to. Bit of a shout out to them if you can, brothers, please, because I'm unfamiliar with them.
Jared
might catch up
Tavern,
down there.
which actually,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's the one I've been to. That's pretty sick. Everyone, if it's the same, apologies if I've got the wrong one. I've popped in there. I've been meaning to go there for ages, and we popped in there one time on the way back from Perth, and everyone goes there with either like they do motorbike rides, or you know, they get the old school cars.
Right.
It's like their destination. They go for a cruise. It's a sick
wicked.
road. Like the whole drive. I think it's what makes the pub too. There's the drive there. There's like this old windy, windy, buddy. You know, there's all trees around.
Yeah.
You're cruising this pub, and yeah, it's sort of like a old school pub sort of, and like you go there on the weekend, they have someone playing a guitar or something. It's Jada Pub and the Broad Arrow Tavern, which I've never been to.
There you go.
It's a classic bush pub.
I've heard of that though for some reason. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And just a bit of so thanks Evan, fucking love your shout out. I'm going to tell you my favourite pods, but I can see where, like, you know, a bloke who struggles with his words, Jaden, where you would have got confused then, because windy and windy are spelt the same. It's bloody confusing how the English language.
You know,
it's like they've set you up to fail, haven't they?
If they know someone,
it's fucking rude, isn't it? Dan, if you've got someone that can get this bloke out of his illiterate.
I told you, I'm here as Barry, mate. I'm playing a character. It's not really me, alright?
Fucking hell, yeah, I know. Yeah, this is Barry. He's got nothing to do with Jaden. Jaden can speak English perfectly, but Barry, he's fucking illiterate.
Uni spec.
But yeah, but just the fact that they've spelt windy and windy the same is just like, it's brutal, isn't it, for people who can't speak English?
Yeah,
anyway, we'll move on. So, yeah. So for me, bud, 2 that jump out, and I'm glad you mentioned the Daily Waters, because I've actually got 2 of the, and I've been to plenty of pubs over the years and some cracking pubs. So I've got 3. I'm gonna throw the first iconic one. I'd say would be the Lions Den Hotel on the way up to Cape York. Absolutely epic, brother. Absolutely epic. So, and I've got a story for every one of them, and because stories are stories, like, you know, we'd love a good story. So we
without a story.
Brad Hollywood storyteller, they call me. So we did Cape York, and we did the Creb track, and the Creb track, I think off the top of my head, it's either 90 or 130 kilometres. It's bugger all. So we're thinking, the Creb track, we'll do that in a day, and then we actually planned to do the Creb track, bloody Lions Den, couple of bevies, and fucking move on. And I think we were trying to get through to wherever we were trying to get to. Can't remember off the top of my head. But anyway, the Creb track took a lot longer than what we thought. One of the best tracks in Australia's history. If you ever get to do the Creb track, go and do the Creb track. Daintree, far north Queensland, on the way up to Cape York. If you ever get to do the Creb track, absolutely do it. It's sick. Anyway, Lions Den, went there, got there in the dark. We had pizzas that night. We camped down the back in the campground. Absolutely epic, brother. It was just such a sick camp. Had pizzas that night at the bar. Got all the photos and all that. So it was epic. It was just such a good spot. But I remember that night, I'll tell this little story. So my stepdad was on that trip with us. Never slept in a swag before. And when we all met up to do this trip, we all met up in Cairns. We camped at I bloody can't think of the name of the Coconut Village. I think it is the caravan park in Cairns. Yeah, the Coconut Village. I think, but mate, that Coconut Village in Cairns. I think it's in Cairns. One of the best caravan parks in Australia. I think it had won an award for it, mate. Like epic. But when we camped there, it's hot, flaps up, lights on, in the caravan park, all those stepdads, no dramas or whatever. Anyway, so we got to the lion's den and camped down the back, and my stepdad had never slept in a swag, so bit of claustrophobia going on and a bit going on up there. And anyway, he's got the flaps rolled up. Anyway, it starts pissing rain. He's dead to the world. I've jumped up, gone and put the flaps down because it's pissing rain. And then as I put one flap down, gone and put the other flap down, and I've said, Eka. And he's like, no answer. And I've just, all of a sudden, bud, this zip's gone open, and my stepdad grabbed my fucking hand, like, it was almost like he was a fucking, like, I don't know, like a ghost or something. Just grabbed my hand and leave me flaps. It's like, Eka, it's raining. Because I don't give a fuck. But he was petrified of the flaps, like putting down. He'd actually woken, because I'd put the flaps down, and he'd done the flaps back up. I've got up again just to check on the family, and his flaps back up. I went to go and put his flaps down. He grabbed my hand and said he woke up, because he's dead to the world. He's dead to the world. I've put his flaps down, and he's woken up with full blackout. And because I haven't explained, so we've got a rule in our family, and anyone that's got swags would know this. This is how we run in our family. This is how, I don't know who taught me this, or I just made this up myself. But most people, if you sleep in a swag, you pick a spot for your zips, and that's your fucking spot forever, for your life. You don't fuck around with zips in a swag. Your zips are so, I always put them at that, pretty much opposite me ear. Do you know what I mean? So when you sleep on your pillow, I don't know what you call that on the clock, about 2 o'clock on a clock, if you say, for example, that's where your zips go. So every time you wake up in a zip, you don't go to your feet, you don't fuck around up the top, they're just there. You just grab them and you're out of there. So anyway, I hadn't explained the whole, what I believe is where you put zips in the swag. But that poor bugger woke up. He went to bed, mate, with flaps up, full fucking skylight or whatever, and woke up because I've gone and put his flaps down because it was raining. And then it got heavier, so I've gone to check on the family. And he'd woken up in that time, got into a panic because it was pitch fucking black. Doesn't know where his zips are. The poor bugger nearly tore his own fingernails off to get the fuck out of there. And then when I went to go and put his flaps down, he's grabbed me on the wrist and said, "Don't touch him flaps. Like, fucking leave me fucking flaps like." And it's like, Eka, it's pissing rain. He goes, "I don't give a fuck if I drown in here." I don't remember his exact words, but it was essentially like, just fuck off, don't touch me zips. And he got all emotional, man, and just said, like, I woke up, I got scared. It was fucking hectic. I didn't think it was fucking funny at the time, I won't lie. So I said, "No worries, mate. But anyway, you sleep in the rain, whatever." And I went back to bed. We're only like a couple of metres away. And I remember, and I'll struggle not to laugh now, but I remember saying to Fee, "Eka, won't let me put the flaps down." He grabbed me on the hand. But when he grabbed me on the hand, I just said, "It's all good, Eka." But I put my hand in, I grabbed his fucking false teeth. And I was like, "What the fuck is that?" It's like, it was all going on that night. And I remember telling Fee, and fucking laugh, and I felt like the biggest prick, because Fee and I were laying in the swag 3 metres away, telling the story of how Eka just can't have the flaps down because he woke up and freaked out, and we were laughing, bruv, like fucking laughing our heads off. It was hectic. But anyway, so that was one of my greatest pubs of all time, but the greatest experience as well. Second pub, Daily Waters. Went to Daily Waters, Buzz, and when we went to the Daily Waters, we were actually travelling, so we were moving from Queensland to Western Australia here, called into the Daily Waters. It was epic. Anyway, the local, so they're in Daly Waters, just not far from the Daly Waters pub, there's a gallery where old mate paints pictures and all the rest of it. Old mate happened to be at the pub and just got yarning to him, and he enters in chili competition. So he makes this chili sauce or whatever, and he enters in overseas and Australia and all the rest of it. Anyway, I just got yarning. He's like, oh, you know, with fucking competition's coming up soon, and he goes, you like your hot stuff? So I fucking love me hot stuff. And he's like, oh, I've got this fucking, I'll go up the road here and I'll grab this. Yeah, neck man at the fucking, anyway, he says like, here, try this fucking sauce. Or like this, sauce. Opens the jar up. I grab a teaspoon and like dip the spoon in. Goes, don't be doing that. There's a Dutch girl behind the bar. She sees me at the jar. She goes and grabs a fucking 2 litre milk out of the fridge and pours 2 pints, brother, of milk and puts them on the bar in front of me. I'm just like, fuck off. Bit of carry on with the pints. Like I can handle a bit of hot stuff. But old mate says to me, scrape your fucking spoon dry. You only want like, he's telling me, your pinky, just your pinky nail, that's all you want. It's like, fuck. Old mate fucking rates himself. Old fucking tickets chilly here. But I just took a little bit off the spoon. I shit you not. I walked out the front. Fucking field tell you, but when we meet, fucking field tell you, I went out the front of the Daly Waters Hotel. It's packed. There's people everywhere. And I was there. I was in a world of fucking hurt. I was just like, oh, fuck. I walked across the road. I come back. I said to Fee at one stage, fucking ring the paramedics. But my heart was fucking pumping. It smoked me. It wasn't hot in my mouth, but my inside absolutely fucking smoked me. He came out and he goes, what do you think? And I was just like, you basically nearly killed me, mate. He's like, oh, fuck, sorry, mate. I told you it was hot. It's like fucking hot. Holy fuck, but it should be illegal. That should be banned. It should be on the banned fucking register. That's fucking ridiculous. Absolutely smoked me. But outside of that, the Daly Waters Hotel and the environment there was absolutely amazing. Number one, bud. Number one, outback, Australia-wide fucking pub experience or pub, Birdsville pub. Obviously there was a special memory there for me, and some people got to experience that. Me dad, I don't know whether my dad listens to me potties or whether he doesn't, whatever. Hopefully he does, and hopefully he gets to hear this, but if he doesn't, so bad, look, I'll tell the fucking story anyway. But when we did our double Simpson crossing in 22, we got to the Birdsville Hotel. Anyway, I didn't grow up with me dad, so I haven't done a lot with me dad, and anyway, we go to the Birdsville Hotel, the whole crew's there. Anyway, the old man just randomly says to me, oh, you want to have a game of pool, son? It's like, yeah, fucking oath, Dad, 100%. Birdsville pub, iconic as fuck, in the middle of Australia. Man, the old man never played a game of pool together in our lives. The old man's 72. I was like 48 or 49 at the time.
Yeah, 93.
But yeah, but haven't actually but didn't see each other for 25 years, mate. Didn't grow up around the man, and so massive, to play a game of pool as an Aussie with your dad at Birdsville pub as the first, fuck, bud, so iconic, bud, epic. Anyway, we go over to the bar. So there's these group of lads that are on a boys trip. They're doing a Simo crossing on a boys trip, yeah? So they're on the table. They've held the table from memory, my understanding, for about 7 odd games, brother. They've got the table. Anyway, what do? You fucking chuck your $2 coin on the fucking edge or whatever, go and get a coin. And anyway, me and the old man are there, fucking the Koobra's on and fucking fitting in, happy days. John and the boys, he's going around. And anyway, we're up next, happy days. We jump on the table. And these lads looked at us with full discontent. Like, look at these two fucking wannabes. Like, got a cowboy hat on, fucking thinking their cowboys are going to fuck pull the table. We've held it for 7. Like, just keep coming. They're just going to smoke everyone. Anyway, we jump on the table. We play this game. I shit you not. Anyone can fucking tell a story. It's a fucking true story. This is not a myth. But they had us as 7 balled, yeah? They were on the black. We didn't have a ball down, bruss. We didn't have a ball. I fucking chicken. But this is not a fairy tale. This is a fucking real story. We did not have a ball down, and I remember just saying to the old man, and like we looked at each other, like I think we'd got 2 shots in, and just couldn't pot a ball. And I said to the old man, "Fucking hell, but fucking this will go down in the history books." Or whatever words I use, like this will go down in the history books. Fucking the Amblers are going to get fucking pants at the Birdsville Hotel and have to... And mate, because we grew up, but you've got to strip your you got to get naked and you've got to run the table. If you get fucking 7 balled in a country pub, you've got to drop your strides, schlong out, and you've got to stand on that table and do a lap of the table. That's how I grew up. That's how Dad grew up. I wasn't fucking keen to do it. Like, fuck, I was not keen to... The Birdsville pub that night, I don't know what they hold, but there would have easily been... I'd reckon they would have had 50 to 70 people in that pub. It was packed. You know, like wasn't wall to wall, but it wasn't fucking far off. But there was it was a packed environment, yeah. Anyway, I said to the old man, "Fuck, I don't want to be pantsed." And he goes, "Fucking neither do I, son. Fucking hell. They fucking have to flick this fucking thing around a few times, otherwise it disappears, this fucking thing." Anyway, we're sort of giggling about it. And so anyway, so I have me shot, I pot 1, I pot 2, and I missed the 3rd one. I think from memory, I say to the old man, "We're going to play sneaky here, mate. We're not here to fucking lose. Like, let's go away from playing pool to playing fucking snooker. Like, we're playing for keeps here, bros." And the old man, bud, I reckon that from memory, man, the old man's got in there and potted the next 5 balls. But I shit you not, brother. We won the game. But I've potted 2. They've had 1, and then we've had this fucking running joke. We're playing for sheep stations. The old man and I have taken our Krubers off. You know how there's your chandelier or your light over your table. The old man and I have chucked our fucking Krubers up on the light, and Bud, the old man's potted 1. I'm saying to the crowd, and everyone's just going about their business. I'm just like, "Yo, you fucking beauty!" Because we're on the pits too. Anyway, the old man's potted another 1. "Yo, fuck, come on, Dad!" And just all of a sudden the pub, Bud, I fucking shit you not, you could ask anyone. There's footage of it, brother. The pub starts to get involved in the game, and then it's like the old man pots another 1. It's like, I'm doing fucking, what's that fucking tennis player, Leighton Hewitt, you know, he used to do the, "Come on," I'm doing that. I'm in the Birdsville pub, bros, on the piss with me old man going, "Come on!" And the whole pub is just erupting, getting around the game. Old man potted out, bros, potted the black. We won the game. The fucking Birdsville pub erupted. But the publicans shouted as piss. Like, the whole, even the losers, these lads, Bud, were like, they're taking footage, they actually sent footage through to the old man. I'll show you the photos. The old man only just sent me the photos the other day. The old man potted out, bros. I think I got 2 in. The old man potted the other 5 in the black. We won the fucking game in the Birdsville pub, and the whole pub was just around it. The pub had stopped for that game of pool, bros. It was a memory that I'll never forget. It'll go down in the history books. Anyone that was there that night will sit around a fire, sit around a fucking dinner table or a fucking whatever, and they will tell that story. And it was fucking Brad and Alan Ambler, bros. Like, it was, but it'll go down as one of the best things I've done in my life. and the process of that whole trip was about me and Dad doing a father-son trip, and I'll get emotional if I talk too much about it, but man, it was epic. It was the best finish, and we were only halfway through the trip, but man, it will be something I'll never forget. Not only did we win the game, but we did it in one of the most iconic pubs in Australia. Do you know what I mean? So for as pubs, you will never ever tell me there is any other fucking pub more iconic than the Birdsville pub, Central Australia. Fucking brilliant, bros. Brilliant. Nah, so good. Love you, Dad, if you do listen to this potty or anyone else out there or whatever. But yeah, like, it was epic, bros. It was epic. So that's me 3 favourites in Australia. And they're all over the place. But yeah, sick, bros. So what else have we got?
Barrow Creek, I remembered.
Oh, Barrow Creek. Yeah, righto.
Yeah, that was a sick pub. It was, you know, it's not fully fucking big or anything, but it was just like middle of bumfuck nowhere. I think it's like 300 k's either way before you get somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a sick pub, but yeah.
Yeah, wicked. So how are we going on the stream, bros? We got any followers still, or?
No, we had someone say we lost sound, so you know.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, but so I commented to you hear us yet, but anyway, fucking, you know, we probably just.
Are we back up?
Oh, I asked, but you know, come on.
Is there anyone there?
There's 4 people still.
Okay. So for the 4 people
we're
that are
3.5 hours in, so fucking tops to you guys for staying. Yeah.
Yeah, good on you. Legends.
Yeah.
So if there is anyone there listening, could you please let us know? Do we have sound back? Because I know that I've actually starting to get that first piss building. So let us know.
Yeah, well, funny old trooper over here.
Yeah.
Did we have any other questions, or was that all for?
I'm not 100. I reckon when.
I think that was about it.
Yeah.
So I was going to bring up.
Out.
I had a thing about we go back up to 7 views. Oh yeah, Michael said yes, we have sound.
Beautiful, thanks, mate.
So I've been looking into
and just sorry, mate, to cut you off. Sorry to cut you off.
It's just
so. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So Mick would verify. So Mick was there that night. Mick got to experience that night with us.
Don't fall for his bullshit, mate.
Nah, and look, mate, and being there with Mick and Kate, his wife, and Sean and Deb and our crew, man, like, was, mate, it'll be a night that we'll never forget. And all of us, like, because it was a special trip, man. We put so much effort into being on that trip, and this is the birds, like our Double Simpson Desert Crossing. So Mick was there that night, and he will attest, man. I know he will. That it was special, not just for like me and me dad, and to be honest with you, and I know Mick would be feeling quite sort of chuffed with that, in the fact that my dad and Mick, Bud, they built a really good bond on that trip, and they'll be mates for the rest of their lives. And I know Mick would have been looking at that sort of bit chuffed that, you know, that he built that relationship with me dad that night, and us, and it was wicked, man. It was so Aussie, like, it was, you know, and that's it was wicked, man. So yeah, shout out to you, Mick, and thanks for hanging around, mate, because it was, and you remember, and in another couple of years we'll get to do it all again, and yeah, maybe me and Mick will bloody get out there and bloody tail the bar, the full table up. Happy days. Cheers, Mick. Yeah, sorry, mate. Go on.
Yeah, that's alright, man. I'm used to it. But anyway, so I've been, you know, looking at these. Obviously, everything's coming electric. You know, you got fucking electric cars and bikes and shit, and some of these electric bikes are pretty fucking sick. So I've never been a motorbike person. Old Mick said an absolute awesome trip. Big shout to you guys. But we had, I had, you know,
thanks, Mick,
a big 450 a while ago, and I went arse up over it and had an accident. Bugged me up for a while, but I wanted to get back on a bike again, and so can't afford it right now. But I've been looking at these electric motorbikes and things, and they're pretty sick. Like, for what you get, they got so much power, and they last quite a while, and they're silent, so you don't get in trouble for riding it near your neighbours and all this carry on. But I've seen, as well as the Teslas, these electric bloody motorbike, push bikes, whatever you want to call them, they catch on fire.
Yeah.
And once these fuckers
Yeah.
catch on fire, you can't put them out. You just have to let them burn. You just got to try and control around it what burns. You know, they're all lithium. So I have very limited experience on
And knowledge.
12 volt systems and shit, and obviously lithium is becoming the big thing is because they fucking last forever, and I'm pretty sure you can drain them a fair bit and all this carry on. So especially for the people out there, what's this shit, what's the go? So do you, because I know there's a thing with lithium, you can't put it in, it's not advised to put it in your engine bay, I've heard, and all this sort of stuff. And is it really this shit? Is putting, with all this shit going down, with everything fucking catching fire, being such a, if it does catch on fire, that's probably your fucking car gone because you can't put the bloody thing out. Is lithium a thing you put in your four-wheel drive? I know, yes, it lasts forever and all this sort of stuff, but is the technology that good? Again, speaking as a person that doesn't know anything about it, is it a thing you put in your four-wheel drive, go out up north in the middle of fucking nowhere? Is it a safe thing to keep doing? Is it something I don't know. What's people's experience with doing it? I know, like I said, it's pretty good for your four-wheel drive system, but is it sort of safe? Is it, I don't know, what's your thoughts on the lithium?
Well,
do you have lithium?
Yeah, I do have lithium, and I'll be continuing to run lithium. My understanding, and I'm not a guru on this, and Mick, if he's still on here, he'll be able to have an opinion on it too. Very educated on it, and when I say educated, he does heaps of study on it too, because he runs lithium too, mate, in his cruiser. And I think it's a thing of the future, like definitely lithium, but I'm not sure. And again, I'm not a guru on it either, but I think lithium and Tesla, like electric cars and all this, I think they're two different things. I'm not 100% on, and I hope someone can sort of elaborate on that, or shut me down and say that's bullshit or it's true. But LifePo4, my understanding is, so lithium still have an explosive ingredient or makeup or whatever. But your LifePo4 is your less explosive ingredient or makeup or whatever. I don't think they're non-explosive, because I think everything can explode essentially, but I think they're non-explosive. So just recently I know, mate, that there was a bit of a kick-up in the industry about, and I don't know where that ended up about, because I actually reached out, because we got a quote from Off-Road Living to do our lithium batteries inside our cab of our car. So there was a bit of a push within the industry, and I don't know where it's ended up, like I said, whether the industry try to shut it down through insurance companies, that if there was any kind of issue, if you had batteries in your car and there was any kind of issues, like Toyota, they want to void warranties. Anyone that, insurance companies, if there's fucking some way, if there's some kind of loophole, they can get you out of a burnout car or whatever. So you could have a lithium battery in a car, say for example, and a bit of a short because you did shit wiring. They'll always blame that lithium because there's not a lot of education around it, and there's a bit of grey area, I guess. This is my understanding. I'm not talking from experience or because I'm in the industry or whatever. So there was a bit of a push for trying to what would you call it, delegalize or whatever. Basically a push for not having lithium batteries within a vehicle, that they had to be, and if they were, they needed to be ventilated to the atmosphere. So essentially, how do you do that outside of fucking cutting a hole in your car and having a vent, or permanently having your windows down? You could not have an encapsulated car with no way of ventilating that gases that lithium battery produced out to the atmosphere. I don't believe they do vent those toxins or whatever, because they've always been inside cars. We've had our lithium batteries inside our 105 for the last 2 or 3 years. In the 79 sitting in my driveway now, those same batteries out of the 105. I've taken them out and made a makeshift battery system inside the 79. I don't know, there's no issue there. I think with the old lead acid where they could spill over and they could fucking vent their gases, very different. I don't have a lot of knowledge on it, mate, but what I do understand is when I spoke to Off-Road Living, it's a bit of a myth that they're fucking making brackets every single fucking day of the week for putting lithium inside vehicles. Plenty of people doing inside vehicles is very different to an engine bay. They're two different things. I don't think the engine bay thing, my understanding again, with lack of knowledge on it, it's not about the explosion of the battery. It's the fact that the heat generated from the motor actually kills the battery cells. So if you've got a battery that would usually in a perfect environment with, vented, nice cool air and shade or, no real ambient temperature, they'll last 5 years. But if you put them in an engine bay, they'll last 3 years because they're exposed to that heat. It's not the explosion, the explosive nature of the battery that's the issue. It's the heat. So is lithium, to answer your question, would I go lithium, and then is lithium dangerous in that environment? No, I don't. From my knowledge, 100% I would run lithium. For so many reasons, man. I don't think there's the only negative to lithium, in my understanding, is the price, because they're obviously more expensive than your lead acid. They're lighter. They charge quicker. They're more usable. So your average AGM or lead acid battery is, so your 100 amp hour battery, you've only got 50 amp hour usable power out of it. Outside of that, they're screwed, you know what I mean? You can't get them back up, and they're not usable you can't bring them down to 10%. Otherwise they're fucked. They'll just run flat. So where a lithium, you can bring them down to safely, my understanding, like on a cycle, most batteries have got that sort of $2,500 to $5,000 cycle of bringing it down to 10%, and they'll build themselves up. So lithium, they charge quicker, they got more cycles of discharge cycles, and you can discharge them further. They're lighter. The only thing is expense. And mate, I don't see the LiFePo 4. There's that much technology that goes into lithium batteries now. I don't think they're unsafe. So to answer your question in a nutshell, but 100%, if you can afford lithium batteries, but I just don't. Fuck. If you're still running AGM batteries or lead acid batteries, I don't know, man. You might as well be running a fucking set of Winnie Reds up on your shoulder because you're a dinosaur. They're a thing of the past. They really are, in my opinion.
No need to talk about me like that, mate.
I'm just saying, back in the day, you'd run a set of fucking Winnie Reds up on your shoulder with a tight
t-shirt.
T-shirt.
Sloth, mate, it'd be worth more. The battery would be worth more than the sloth,
100% it would be. But at the end of the day, it's endless power. Mate, lithium are a thing of the future, and get around it. In my opinion, again, lack of knowledge, because I'm not an industry expert. I'm not a guru when it comes to that. But we will be 1,000,000% running lithium. Is there anyone on our stream that's got any opinion on that, or?
No one said nothing yet.
Nah.
I've been definitely scrolling, so it's not me forgetting like last time. Yeah.
No, that's good.
Yeah. But no.
But yeah, look,
it's interesting. Yeah.
But yeah, look, I mean, and again, I think this is this thing with lithium now. It opens it up to, for the future. I know you were saying before about, fuck people with microwaves and all this sort of shit. But I'll tell you straight away, when we set up this 79 and going forward, lithium's the go, air fryers are the go, induction's the go, jet boils are the go, but that I love the nostalgia. I love the nostalgia of a billy on a fire. I love the nostalgia of cooking over a fire. I love it. I think it's amazing. But and if you're base camping and you're going to a spot and you've got all the time in the world to fucking, you know, heat up a billy in the morning and all the rest of it, absolutely. If you're like most people where, bud, time is limited, but you like yourself, you do shift work, you know, and you come home and you got limited time off. Fee and I do massive hours and we come home, we get 3 days off. If we go away, I want to exhaust every hour I have to just explore where I am and enjoy my time. I don't have 2 hours in the morning to go and find wood, put a fucking fire on, put a billy on, heat the fucking thing up and wait. No, but I wake up in the morning, I put 2 fucking cups of water in the jet boil. 3 minutes later, I am drinking my coffee. We've finished our coffee. We're packed up. We're on the fucking quad bikes in our 4-wheel drive, fishing rod in hand. We're fucking done. We're enjoying our time. But I think that's a thing of, I love nostalgia, but a thing of the future is lithium batteries, fucking induction cooking, jet boils. It's like, you know, air fryer, bud. But I'll tell you, when my dad left here, my dad lived here for 18 months, had an air fryer, had it in the house here, we used it a few times. When he left, he said, oh, I'm not taking the air fryer, do you want it? Oh, me being the old nostalgic fucking Aussie, like I cook on a barbecue or I cook over the fire and fucking, I said, oh, fuck, bud, if we want to cook a pork roast, we'll cook it out, you know, in the Weber or we'll cook it in the oven or whatever. Fucking take your air fryer and all your technology, stick it in your ass, like, and Dad will tell you, like anyone will tell you. But my wife was the first one to say, Alan, we will take the air fryer. Like, I don't give a fuck what Brad says, we're keeping the air fryer. But an air fryer, it's an absolute godsend. A pork roast in an air fryer, absolute epic. The best crack you'll ever taste in your life. Quick as fuck, like it's, but if you don't, I'm starting to move with the times a little bit. I don't know, like I'm starting, and we want to set our cruiser up that, man, I've got induction, I've got an air fryer, like, you know, a travel buddy is sick, but an air fryer fucking just, I don't know, if you've got the power to run an air fryer, fuck, bud, they make fucking travel buddies look like rookies, you know what I mean? You can chuck a couple of pies in, 20 minutes later they're fucking cooked crispy as fuck, hot as fuck, like beautiful. So, yeah, I don't know, like, that's my opinion. Get on lithium. If you're not running lithium, you're getting left behind, in my opinion. But the weight is massive. We live in an environment or in a world that weight is everything. If you're still running AGM batteries that weigh 28 kilos for a 100 amp hour battery that you can only use 50 of, or you can have a 200 amp hour battery that weighs 12 kilo and you can use 190 amp hour of that, like, it might be a $1,500 dearer, but like, fuck, seriously, weigh it up. Do you know what I mean? And again, that goes back to what we were talking about on the last episode about, you know, and don't sue us kings, but you're a fucking thing, like, but if you're starting out in the industry, and I'll say to my daughter Charlie, who, she's probably gone now, but the reality is if she can afford to just buy a lithium setup, go fucking lithium straight away in your Prado. Get the best you can afford. Do you know? And mate, look, the other day, Fee said to me, and I shared it. So Mick, who was on here earlier, and my other bestie Sean, we've got like a group page, because we all have 79 series. We're all best mates, and we yarn about sort of different shit. And they're pretty switched on, these two guys, and you know, we spoke about, you know, all those sorts of things of, you know, the best batteries, and we speak about all these sort of different topics. You know, the reality is, if you can buy the best gear you can buy, there's a place for cheaper gear. But, you know, I sent a link through to the boys saying, iTech World, Black Friday, you know, again, iTech World, don't sue me, I'm just putting it out there. iTech World, bros, they're selling lithium batteries, like 300 amp hour super slim batteries. They're selling them for like $1,300. You know, the company that I use, mate, they're selling the same size battery for like $3,500, $4,000. Like, it's double, nearly triple the price. And, you know, Fee sent me a message saying, why are we staying loyal to this other company? Because I have, it's my heart. There's a loyalty thing. That's a product thing. I'm not saying, you know, certain brands are shit. But, you know, we spoke about markup before, man. How the fuck do you put a markup on that? And then if you jump on socials and you see how many people that are complaining about certain brands, but the brand I run, who's more expensive, but jump on socials all you want, there's no bad feedback on it. There's no bullshit, there's no shit talk, their gear does not let you down. In my experience, and thousands of other people across Australia, there is you don't get let down. Their gear works. Yes, it's expensive, or more expensive than the other brands, but they don't have a fucking Facebook page like fucking Inscoot Point about them, where everyone gets bogged at Inscoot Point, or everyone's battery shit themselves. They don't have a page about them because they don't let you down. So, yeah, I don't even know where I was going with that, but the reality is, man, lithium's a thing of the future. Get on lithium, but yeah, spend your money wisely. Yeah, does that make sense?
I was just thinking from a moped, but you know, I didn't have to give that a big explanation.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day,
no, 100%, no, it is.
You can grab it. Chuck a Temu battery in your moped, because it's not going to leave you stranded in the middle of the Simpson Desert. 100%. Do you know what I mean, mate?
But it's getting to the point, like you say, with the technology, you sort of have to follow with technology. You have to follow with technology. Like if you start going with all your fancy products, you know, like your air fryers and all this carry on with that uses electricity. If you know, it just makes sense to carry on with your battery power. You know, if you're using, like I've just got a deep cycle buddy battery in my canopy at the moment, and you know, it does what I used it for. I don't really use it much anymore, but it's just charging camera gear, and you know, it does its duty. But if I was to do any more, slightly bit more, fucking no way it'd keep up.
And that's the thing though, Joe. And again, this comes down to, you know, I was saying before with Pete's question about like when you get to camp, depending on the environment. You know, I spoke to Mick and Sean the other day, and we're just talking about the travels we do, brother, is so different to, like, we don't live in Perth and go away for the weekend and do a couple of ups. We don't live in the ups. And that's a bit of a running joke with you and I, with the ups, but the reality is, man, we live in an environment where it's fucking remote. It's hot as fuck up here. Like, I go on about it all the time, but you cannot compare gear fucking above the parallel and below the parallel. Like, the reality is,
you're not a weekend warrior.
But the fact is, it's hotter up here. Everything works harder, whether it be the curtains in your fucking house or the awning on your car or the tin on your roof, or everything works harder up here. So down there, it doesn't work as hard. I'm not trying to say that, you know, people down there their gear doesn't work hard. I'm just saying the reality is, bud. Myself and Mick, who's been joining us tonight, we do trips that we go remote and like proper remote. We're not saying we're 2 hours from home, but we're days away from home. We're fucking so far remote. So when it comes down to just buying gear, those guys and myself do as much research as we can, because it's not a case of, but if it goes pear-shaped on you, yeah, look, fuck, we're, you know, an hour and you can get a hold of your brother and he comes and picks you up and fucking tows you home or whatever. We don't have that option. So you buy the best gear you can, because, you know, I spoke to Mick the other day, or I spoke to the boys the other day about long-range tanks, and I mentioned to the boys, and this is a perfect example, one of the topics that we could bring up on the potty, or, you know, or anything, and I'd love to hear people's feedback. Everyone's probably gone to bed now, but I spoke about looking at a poly tank from ARB, a long-range tank for the 79, and I just asked the boys their opinion, like, so, you know, pros and cons, boys, hit me with it. And Mick said, you know, like, obviously the cons are that obviously a steel tank is a shitload heavier than a poly tank, but the reality is, like Mick said, He wants to go into the middle of the fucking Simpson Desert with his mates, his family, his wife, and know that he's going to be able to pull him out of the shit if shit goes to, if the shit hits the fan. The poly tank I was looking at, no drain plug. So if you get shit fuel, you can't drain the fucking thing. You got to drag it out, put it on the ground and drain it and then refill it. A massive con. Like, that's not good. The other con is, if you do split it, you can't fucking repair it in the middle of the bush. So, massive con. As he said, one of the cons of the steel tank is, yes, the weight, but the pros, you can repair it. The other fucking pro is, mate, it's got a drain plug on it. So you don't have to do a 6-hour fucking job to drag a tank out. You drain it, you pinch a bit of fuel off your mate, you siphon some out of your bestie that's travelling with you, you chuck it in your tank and you get yourself in. So it's all those sort of things, mate, where very different to if you're setting up a car to go to the, not to take the piss out of the ups, but if you're a weekend warrior, mate, you can get away with an esky, you can get away with an AGM battery, you can get away with a poly tank, all that sort of shit. And not to say that we're fucking Jack Absalom or fucking Malcolm Douglas, man, but we do some fucking really heavy going, we do some really sick full driving and some really remote areas. So steel tanks, I think they're a must, and I agree with Mick on that. 2 spares, I think they're a must. Lithium batteries, I think they're a must. As much solar as you can put on your vehicle or carry as a must. Fridges are a must, because at the end of the day, Eskies don't cut it in the middle of Australia, bros. Yeah. But the reality is you can't get ice out there, you just fucking can't. Spares, just, it's very different setting up a vehicle for remote travel than fucking weekend and touring. So, sort of going off the lithium thing, but the reality is, man, out there, weight's your killer, because you want to carrying that second spare or carrying that extra fuel to get across the Madigan line. So you've just now chucked, let's round it off 30 to 50 kilo for a spare wheel as an average 33-inch tyre on the back of your car. And then all of a sudden you've got that weight of the extra fuel for another 50 to 80 litres of fuel, got another 50 or 80 litres. All of a sudden you've got another 100, 200 kilo of weight on your car. Compared to a bloke that goes away for the weekend, he's got a fucking swag and esky and 1 spare, who gives a fuck, see you later. Like, they're always under the GVM. When you go on remote, man, like, GVM's your killer. Like, being over GVM's your killer. So get the best gear you can, and if you can have the best battery on the market, which is lithium in my opinion, fucking get it, 100%.
We've got a couple of live stream updates. So old Mick's still with us. He said, I will definitely stick with lithium batteries and their advantages. And following your back end 3-hour fucking conversation, he said you have to use reliable gear when you're out in the middle of bumfuck and totally isolated from anyone. And I'm saying that's true. And John, which I'm guessing is John DeCuster, said, yeah, legends, how are ya? So, big shout out for joining in, Buzz.
Thanks, Johnny DeCosta. About time you got on there, you fucking mad dog.
Otherwise, a fucking random John that's joined. So, big shout out to
you. Well, so shout out to the random John if that's you. But look, thanks, Mick, because, I mean, like I said earlier, man, Mick's a fucking guru when it comes to this sort of stuff. And Mick's not the sort of bloke that just loves all that fucking parade, and he's not into, the social media scene of like being he doesn't need to be. There's no notoriety with Mick. He's a fucking genuine. No, not like Hollywood. He just, I think he giggles at me and thinks what a flog, and I know he'll laugh at that. But the reality is, man, if you want to go in the middle of Australia, if you want to go on the hardest full driving trip into the middle of fucking nowhere and shit gets fucking pear shaped, Mick's the bloke you want to be with.
But it's like that,
and that's that thing, man. You want to be around that good people.
We're just talking about the camp. Yeah, mate, give me a second. We're just talking about the camping. It depends on what your fucking camping is. Like, you're hiking, your camping goes from one thing. You jump on a bike, you can take a little bit more. You turn into your fucking buggies. Something else.
Yeah.
You weekend fucking warrior. Like you said.
Yeah.
You just chuck a fucking esky on with some ice and a swag and a fucking couple of bags of sausages. you go up middle of
Yeah, yeah.
nowhere, well, that fucking changes a lot, doesn't it? Because you need to
It
prepare
does.
for
Yeah, it does.
being stuck in the middle of nowhere for fucking a week, or you need satellite phones, you need fucking all this carry on. You know, you need a 79 series torque, you know, with a quad trailer and fucking canopy, and you know.
Yeah, boy. No, but
yeah,
and look,
you know,
mate,
it changes on your location, what you want to do.
Yeah, it does.
It's, you know, like you just said, you can go with a fucking simple battery system, which I've done for a week in Warrior. I'll do 1-2 nights, maybe a week, but you know, I'm probably driving, and you know, like it's so much less compared to it. You go up there with fucking no one, you know, and you've got to charge all this gear, and you know, and it depends on the experience you want too. Like, you could go up north with your basic fucking 12-volt system, but
you can fucking 100%. You can.
You obviously, you know, that it depends on your choice, and obviously you're not pumping power, you're not pumping microwaves or fucking air fryers, or you're cooking on the fire every morning for breakfast, or you know, it's
And again, I'll say, mate, like, you know, I've spent years going over with Mick and Kate, but they are as fucking hillbilly bushy as fucking anyone. Like they can hold their own in the bush where. No, and they can, mate, and he would vouch for that. No, you know what I mean? Like,
no,
man, they can bush camp, they can bush cook, they can, like, Mick knows his way around the spanners, like, he can, but if you break down, he can change your wheel bearing, he can fix fucking shit. Like, there's a massive difference to having a $200,000 Land Cruiser and you just go into the bush, and then when a bearing starts getting hot, you've got no fucking idea what you're doing. Like, and that's why I say, like, you choose the people you go with, but to have a little bit of understanding of what your vehicle's about. You know, understand if your bearing's getting hot, generally speaking, bud, it's either too tight, more so than anything, it's too tight. It's not necessarily loose, like you get a bit of wobble, but even just that concept of just know how to cook in the bush, know how to get shelter in the bush. I don't want to sound like I'm a fucking prepper, but the reality is, man, like, Mick does have that understanding, not to stand here and, you know, sit here and piss in Mick's pocket, but that's why I think that's that thing of a lot of people, bud, don't have that understanding of, like, man, go lithium, go the best you can, go on, fuckhead. What do you got to say? I can see you just giggling, you muppet. But you know what I'm saying, like,
I've been waiting for you talking about pissing in his pocket, and I was just about to say I really like Mick. You just commented an absolute fucking flog.
yeah, nah. Hey, no, and he will. But I'll fucking tell you, if there's someone who'll roast you as good as, there's no one who'll roast you better than that for cunt. Like that bloke, like I just fucking dropped that word again. But hey, Mick will roast you. Yeah, nah, Mick will roast you. Like, he'll just smoke you. But that's the reality. But like, there's so many people that do these fucking weekend warrior trips, and they're just, you fucking don't need that, and you need this and you need that, and you need 37s, and you fucking got to have a fucking 4-inch exhaust, and you got to have Stano fucking snorkels, and you got to do this and do that. But not to sound like the fucking expert, but you don't live in the same realm. Like, you just don't. Like, it's very different in the middle of fucking nowhere than it is doing a fucking weekend warrior trip. So, yeah. Well, thanks, Mick. Thanks for your support, Russ. Yeah. Fuck you too, Jaden.
Oh, you know, I've been waiting the whole stream for someone to pull the piss out of you.
Oh, fuck, mate. Mick's got me covered. Don't fucking worry about that. Haven't you, Mick? You fucking know.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Yeah, so is Johnny DeCosta still around or what? Johnny, pull me out of the shit, Russ.
He hasn't said nothing yet, mate. Come on.
Well, fucking say something, Johnny. Pull me out of the shit.
Surely you can fucking roast it back. Oh, Brad, too.
Fuck, Johnny will roast me. He fucking, right, Johnny. Absolute legend, but yeah. So, yeah, I don't know, mate. Like, I don't know what the next topic is, but the reality is buy the best gear you can buy for the money you have in the bank. And don't scrimp on shit, because, again, you would say, Johnny would say, Mick would say, and every person that's been on here tonight would say, we've all done that whole, I reckon I'll just buy a King's battery or whatever, and that'll get me through, and when it bites you on the arse, as you get older, I guess you get to a point where you just say, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to spend $2.5 on an awning, or I'm going to, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm going to. But again, yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to drop the subject, but yeah, like, buy the best you can. You know, everyone has choices on what they want to buy, and yeah, don't scrimp on shit. So mate, I just want to ask you though. I know you've spoken about the Umagara truck being your dream trip or whatever. Like, what's the trip? What's a trip that you would see yourself wanting to do with your wife, and obviously you've got a kid on the way or whatever, but like, what's the trip that I'm gonna fucking you've got 6 months to live, I'm throwing all the money at you, what are you doing? What's the trip you're gonna do?
Probably fucking helicopters. No, I don't know, it's fuck, that's a tough one to just drop, Buzz. I should have ran the pre-notes. Yeah, I don't
Fuck
know.
yeah.
Like I've always said.
If you and Mick are gonna roast me, I'm gonna fucking smoke you.
Yeah, I mean, it's fucking flogged. See, I'll share it to fucking stream again. Did you see that pop up? I can show on stream. See? Absolute fucking flog.
Well, how do you do that then?
Oh, mate, I can fucking do anything. See?
Oh, you should have been doing that all fucking night then.
Oh, I just discovered it. See? John DeCosta. Oh, see, it comes up full fucking name when you do that.
Yeah, but...
Oh, so that's how I can figure out who people are. So you also getting...
Oh, fuck.
Getting lost WA.
Murder.
There you go. Fucking...
Oh.
Oh, there you go.
Well, hey, listen. While you think of the answer, I've got to go for a piss breath.
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same.
Well, you can't. Like, one of us needs to stay, or we're on a live stream bus.
No, fucking, they can wait. There's only 3 people. They can fucking go get another beer, guys. Bring another beer.
But they could be genuine fucking listeners, mate. So I'm gonna hang around you.
Yeah, you fucking.
Did someone just say something or what? Anyway, so to all the genuine listeners, this vlog's gonna just smoke us. So yeah, thanks for your support, Mick. Appreciate it, mate. I know you'll always fucking smoke me. Payback. Johnny DeCosta, fuck, come on, Johnny. Where are we going, mate? What are we doing? Obviously, you've just announced you, Kenny and the crew, Trent and a couple of other lads are doing Dirk Hartog in 2 years. I think it was next year, Kenny. Johnny. So that'll be a sick trip, Johnny. Let us know about that. Give us some content, because I know you get in there and follow us as much as you can. Got any questions for us, brother? Anyone else who's following us still? So Mick, if you are still on there, brother, give us something, mate. Instead of just calling me a flog and hanging shit on me, hit me up with some hit me up with a topic, and what can we talk about, and just tell Jaden he looks like a flog. I'm going for a piss, Jaden. And
Yeah,
Mick,
right,
I'll
mate.
come back and you'll be able to... I want to know what Mick wants to know.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Oh, fuck.
So now that Brad's gone, we're going to talk about fucking... I don't know what he's been talking about, but... we're going to talk about how much fucking old Hollywood I should vote him out as a podcaster. We like him replaced. I bet he's been spilling some fucking ancient yarns about, how fucking much of a legend you are joining the podcast. He's just buttering her up. I'm the real G here, guys. Running out of shit to fucking say. You can hear him yarning out there. Probably half next. So listen to him. So he's fucking yarning. So it's probably be a good half or so. Also, I'll go grab a beer. Probably cooked it. You probably cook a whole meal before he comes back. And I wanted to say, Brad's an all-round top bloke. He's been an absolute fucking legend from the start. He's been a real...
What's going on, you flogs?
You should definitely subscribe to Red Dust Adventures. And I was just talking about how good you are.
This flog. Yeah. Right, so where we at? Who's smoking this time?
I don't know, I was just talking about how good a fucking bloke you are.
I bet you fucking were.
Yeah, fucking around top bloke and, you know. Yeah, pretty much. Just,
Thanks, mate.
yeah.
Appreciate it.
Oh, no
Thanks for your
worries,
support.
mate. That's what I do, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
So,
Alright, so go on, mate. No more streamers. Have we got any more streamers?
I had some fucking. I had a segment about this time. We'd say some fucking dad jokes, which I thought
Okay.
would crack up, but some fuckwit did.
Yeah.
I mean, some top bloke didn't have any dad jokes to say back. So
Correct. That's me. Yeah.
that segment's. I mean, I could say mine. I
Been
suppose,
done.
but
No, well, why not? Yeah.
yeah, but because I was going to do the.
So
the
did
old-
Johnny and did Johnny and Mick have anything to add? Did Johnny have anything to add? Full driving, touring.
He said absolute. I mean, yeah, he said that. What is the best way to store and carry your alcohol during rough outback trips? In your fucking belly, brother.
Is that your answer? Yeah, it would be.
No,
so who's asked that? Johnny?
That's what Mick said that. I don't know why Johnny's
Yeah.
on. He's probably retired already. He might be waiting for the official fucking podcast.
So
Yeah,
I'm going to tell you straight away, the only way to carry alcohol on any track in Australia is called the standard squeeze. It is the only way you can. So shout out to standard squeeze.
Yeah, it's been 10
we're looking.
10%.
Yeah, squeeze. The big squeeze 10 is the fucking code word. But there is only one way to store. Do you run the standard squeeze, Jaden?
No, so how does that? Because is that the one that looks like a fucking? It's almost like
A lawnmower thing? Yep.
Yeah, like a
Yep,
two-stroke
that's the
model
one.
sort of thing.
Yep.
Which
100%.
obviously it's built for fucking, safe alcohol.
Yep, it
So
is.
it's
Yep, food
exactly,
storage.
exactly the same concept, eh?
Exactly the same, brother. Yep. And, mate, and again, like I said, we had Dan Metcher send us a message today asking if, so, obviously we live in the Pilbara, so I think that's why he's asked us the question. They're in South Australia, I think, now. They run the standard squeezes and they run them in the cupboards in their caravan. And they're having issues with essentially what he thinks is the bottle swelling and weeping out of the lids. And so obviously we live in the... Yeah, no doubt, out of that big fucking melon. But the reality is, we live in the Pilbara. It's fucking hot as fuck up here. I don't want to keep harping on about that. I have 1,000 times. But we don't have any issues with the bottles swelling or sweating or spilling. The only thing that we've ever had issues with is just the lids. They're a plastic lid with a plastic thread. So we've had a couple of them where the actual thread strips, I guess you'd say. So when you try and get to, when you wind up a plastic lid and it gets to that point where you just go that little bit further and it starts again, you get it up to there. And we've taped up a couple of lids over time, but we again did the double Simo crossing with fucking the standard squeeze. We've done Ningaloo, we've done the Kimberley, we've done all through the Pilbara. We've never had any issues with them standard squeeze. So, and we run one of the front runner boxes with 16. It fits for us. It sits 16 bottles of your standard squeeze bottle, your standard bottle. What I believe is a 700 ml of rum, whiskey, vodka, whatever, but it's built on a 700 ml bottle, and they sit perfectly in a flat lid front runner box. You can fit 8 down one side, 8 down the other side, and 2 SodaStream canisters in the middle. Bang, perfect setup for us. Works a treat. There is only one way you would carry. I know a lot of people, and I know Mick and Kate would have, plenty of other people would have, like you can carry a bottle of rum and, you can put them in socks and you can wrap them and you can put them in drawers and all that sort of shit. For me, the standard squeeze, put them in a plastic bottle, your glass stays at home, no rubbish out in the bush. They're reusable, they're light as fuck. Like, there is only way to carry whether it be a weekend warrior or a fucking Simpson Desert double crossing remote area tourer. Standard Squeeze. Shout out to Standard Squeeze. Can we hit them up for a bit of a discount code or something? Or
Yeah, surely.
because we actually got hit up the other day by Standard Squeeze. We got an email a week and a half ago. So Christmas is coming up, Black Friday. We got an email from Standard Squeeze asking us to do a video for them, and that we would get a couple of free. We get a couple of free bottles, and yeah, we reneged because fucking. At the end of the day, we spent hundreds of dollars on their gear. We love their gear. We swear by it. But I'm not doing videos for fucking people, just quietly. But anyway, that's another thing, mate.
So that's what we should talk about. Fucking sponsorship emails. So that's where you fucked up. So you should have said yes, but the fucking thing has to be filled full of alcohol every time you get one. So you gotta, mate, you got to upsell.
Right, so
that's one thing you learn in business, mate. You don't, you know, they're like, oh yeah, well, you upsell everyone. You got to fucking upsell, even if they're trying to give you free shit. You upsell the motherfuckers.
So is that why you're still out? That's why you're still out in the mines, but fucking driving dozers all day.
We've gone down to Yarnsman about 3, so.
Oh. They're off us. Nah, it's getting pretty late though. It's getting pretty late. Only so many people can listen to you talk shit and me talk shit for so long.
We're back up to 4.
Thanks, thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, we've been consistent. So you can listen to you can listen to my dad jokes since, because I was going to do like in comment, either live or after messages.
Mm-hmm.
If we should do I reckon we should do a dad's joke, and we're not allowed to laugh at each other's jokes. I thought we'd do it, but like every on our 10th, every 10 episodes. Yeah. And see, but I don't know if you're comical because. You're a pretty serious bloke. You're a pretty serious bloke.
This guy, anyway, fuck me.
Let's see what we got. So this is just what I picked off TikTok today. So 2 robbers were robbing a liquor store when one grabbed a bottle and said, "Is this a whiskey?" The other robber says, "Yeah, not as whiskey as robbing a bank."
Yeah, not bad.
You're hard to please. The other one I said was, I took a poll recently. This is this is camping related. I took a poll recently. I found out 100% of the people in the tent were upset.
Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. Yeah, that wasn't bad.
That was a good one. I thought it was a good one.
That wasn't bad.
So this is full dad joke. My dad got fired as a road worker for theft. I couldn't believe it. When I got home, all the signs were there.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad.
What do you call a Mexican that lost his car? Car lost.
Lost.
Car lost.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I like that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's good.
We've only got 2 more. Yeah. This is a bit This is I guess full drive related as well. What is the difference between a tyre and 365 used condoms? One's a good year. One's a great year.
One's a great year. Yeah, I heard that. That's a solid year. Yeah, good on him. Yeah.
And this last one has to be the dad joke for the year. How much does a chimney cost? Nothing. It's on the house.
Fucking oath. Yeah, that's good. I don't mind that. That's good. That's good.
So, make sure you give a message and say Brad needs to pull his finger out and come out with some dad jokes for the next 10 episode. He's got 10 episodes to come up with some. And we're going to have a laugh off. I want to sit here, be on the last bit of the podcast, we've had a few beverages.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
we're going to try not laugh at each other's dad jokes, which I'll fail.
Happy days.
But
So have we got any streamers that have got some dad jokes for us? Is there anyone online where we get some jokes off them? Or not?
yeah, come on, the 3 people that are still alive, which are probably our family. Surely you got some
Yeah,
dad
it's probably
jokes.
They probably are.
Yeah, well, we've done not too bad. 4 hours, 15 minutes. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I was
Good job.
thinking like we'd be struggling with 3.
Good job.
You know.
Yeah, right. Alright.
You know, since
that's all right.
Barry's here, you know.
Yeah.
There you go.
So I want to just ask you, mate, like, so for the weekend for you, you're heading down to the Fall Drive show, all the rest of it, but do you, being in that environment, is there a fear you have? Like, or it's obviously a fucking pretty easy, you know, a different question to ask when you're sober and when you've had 42 fucking Kilkennys, but like, is there a fear for you? Like, are you nervous about the whole concept, or is it?
Oh, mate, to be honest, once you walk down that red carpet, it's pretty casual, no.
This bloke. Fucking this bloke.
No, fucking oath. It's like, it's not something I'd think, you know, that would happen. I feel like it, you know, normally going to a Full Drive show as a, you know, I suppose, I'm not a guest, like, I'm not invited by the Full Drive show. But it's, I don't know, I felt, it's sort of years ago you used to look at it as if you're invited to the Full Drive show, you're a big, massive content creator and you're famous and rah rah. And I guess, yeah, the volume of people that comes through is pretty daunting. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like, from what I understand, it's pretty expensive getting a stall there as a, like, trying to sell stuff.
Yeah.
And it's well worth it, you know. If you want to get in the Full Drive industry, that's the place to be. Like, it's, you're not going to get an event anywhere in Australia that's got more Full Drive consumers that are coming through. So
Yeah.
it's sort of, yeah, like 100% trying to make the most of it. And yeah, it's just, I suppose I don't know what to expect too. Like, it's not my stall, and I'm pretty keen to hang out with the Off-Road Yardsman, Off-Road Yardsman podcast. It's pretty good hanging out with them. But
This guy.
Unprofessionals podcast. I know they're pretty chilled, and I'm pretty sure they're recording on that weekend. So
Yeah.
it would be a good laugh either way, you know, hanging with them.
Yeah, we'll be sick.
I don't know. I suppose I'm not like, do I go full out in everyone's face and try and promote myself, or do I just chill back and yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of it really. So,
Well, because I'm interested, mate. Like the fact that, and you know, and I'm going to put it out there, and the whole world can listen to this, or you can fucking edit this out. But obviously, you and I run our own podcast, as you know, the Off-Road Yarnsman podcast, and then you're going there as a guest with the Unprofessionals podcast, who, if you really want to look at it, they're actually our opposition, but they're not our opposition. They're great mates. They're great blokes, and they. No, but they don't look at but they don't look at us as another podcast per se. They look at us as a couple of blokes doing the exact same thing as them. They're actually great blokes. You know, Ethan and Steve are they're fucking good people. You know, they laugh a minute and they're crude and they're rude and they're fucking nasty, but they're fucking really good blokes. But that concept of, you know, I've sort of sat back and thought, you know, a couple of times, like, you know, Jane's going down there as a podcaster, like representing essentially another podcast. Have you processed that? Have you thought about that? Does it mean anything to you, or is it just like at the end of the day going there as Devil Accessories, as a supporter of the Unprofessionals, and that's where it lies? Like,
I think Ethan's, he's not the, I think in the YouTube podcasting scene you can get caught up in all the, you know, we were talking about earlier today, you can get caught up in all the bullshit with it all. I'm not going to go into that.
Yeah.
But Ethan and, you know, I don't even know, but I made that well.
Steve,
but Steve,
Yeah.
you know, fuck that guy. But but you know, like they're not into all the necessarily all the carry on. They're pretty casual blokes. They're just there to have a laugh. They're just, you know, creating
they are.
content
Yeah.
and you know, they're just here for the show. They're there to support good blokes. You know, they're anyone that supported them, they return the favour and and yeah, definitely not there to step on their toes and put the big Off-Road Jansen podcast out front of their tent and scribble out their name, and I would never do such a thing. But
Well, I should be doing that.
but, you know, like it's I think with anything like creating any content, like even starting this podcast is, you know, there's a lot of different podcasts that we, you know, myself and you listen to, and it's not trying to. We definitely don't want to go out there and copy anyone, or even the YouTube channels.
Yeah.
You're not out there to shit on anyone, or I'm going to copy this guy or copy this podcast, and and I think it's trying to, you know, going out, and it's hard these days with how much content's out there, but try not to copy anyone and be yourself.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're not in that scene of carrying on, and they're just like I said, all just around top blokes and just having fun and creating some funny content. I mean, if you haven't listened to them, go listen to them. There, I don't know how many times I've been in a miserable place, or you're bloody cranky at work or something. You're cranking them on, and you're like, even the Swagman podcast. I listened. I messaged one of them yesterday. I said, mate, if I ever die from a car crash, it's your fault, because I'm driving home listening to them in tears. I can't fucking see the road.
No, that's what it's about.
And it's both of them, man. They're crack up, you know. And I mean, I hope that, you know, people that listen to this podcast get a bit of laugh at or info or something. And
100%. Yeah,
it's just great content. At the end of the day, like, you know, you can get carried away in all the carry on and full drive shows and how popular they are
and the politics and shit of it. Yeah.
Just,
mate, fuck all. Yeah,
we're on the same page. We're just here to create content, and we just enjoy it. As long as we're enjoying creating the content, it's not a job. Like, you know, we both
100%.
finally can line up like this podcast. Ideally, we wanted to do on the weekend, but
it
hasn't worked out for both of us. You know, school night. You know, everyone's working and you've got to go to work tomorrow, but. We found a day that we can both take off, and you know, like it's just doing it for people's enjoyment, and we enjoy it. It's good for us, yarning about bullshit and cracking jokes 100%. About old Hollywood here and how much of an absolute flog he is. But you know, we're out here doing it.
Yeah, fuck you, Mick. You can get that. Yeah, 100%.
Big shout out to Mick. You know, top bloke.
Yeah, no, big shout out to Mick. Appreciate you fucking joining in. Calling me a flog, you're a flog yourself. Nah, look, alright, so what do you think, mate? Have we got any people that are just hanging in there?
I think that's about it, mate.
We're done.
Just about running out of alcohol. I'm about to fall asleep. I've done alright, because our last podcast I just about fell asleep, and then...
You actually fell asleep. Yeah, we've got a few complaints about that, but
that's close, but... And my table's lined up beside me. I'm pretty wankered, but alright. And a massive thanks to all the people. Like, I mean, looking at the numbers, up and down, but you know, absolute legends for even if you tuned in for 10 minutes and stuff. And thanks for supporting us.
100%.
You know, we didn't come
into
doing podcast thinking we were. To be honest, anyone want to listen to us, and honestly, like we fucking say about it, we really mean it. To whether it's one comment or a message or a share or just even if you don't have a comment and just listen to us and download it, it honestly makes the world to us, and you know, put the effort in and doing bits each week and whenever we can, and the patience for, you know, when we can record, and it means a lot to us, and really hope you enjoy it, and let us know if you like this 10 episode podcast. I think it'd be I think it's a cool way to do every 10. Bit of a big celebration. Just yarn
Yeah.
for hours. We're 4.5 hours now, and just let loose, get on the piss, and let us know if you like this live format. I don't think we do it every time. Obviously, maybe you do one every time, but with our schedule, it probably wouldn't work every time. But yeah, let us know if you like this live format, and I'd certainly like you guys commenting every time, live, and can react to you guys. But let us know. We really, really appreciate you guys.
100%, and I think that's the thing, mate. We'd love some. I'd go on every time we do a bloody potty. I go on about feedback, and that's what we're chasing. That little bit of feedback of, the lives doesn't work, or love the lives, boys, but you're doing it on a Thursday night. Everyone's got to work on a Friday. Maybe do it on a Saturday night or whatever. Look, give us that feedback. Obviously, essentially, we couldn't have done it. We wanted to do. We really, in the background, Jaden and I have been talking and yarning and trying to work it out. We were hoping that we could actually do a bit of a live potty. We as much as people would know, pardon me, like we wanted to go and we're going to go out bush, on the Sunday down there in Perth, and we're going to try and sit on the banks of the Swan River, and we spoke about it and how we're going to get power to this and how we're going to do that. There's a fair bit going on in the background that we really wanted to do something special for not just us, but for all you guys. And when I say all you guys, it could be just 5 of his, 10 of his, 15 of his. It doesn't matter if a bugger. Like we want to show that respect that the people that are just they get amongst it and they support us. So if a Thursday night live thing is just like shit timing, boys, love the concept, but shit timing, give us that feedback. Don't just sort of, roast to see your mates at work tomorrow and just say, like, what flogs, as Mick will. But, the reality is, give us that feedback because we're keen as. And lives are, they're pretty tough, to do them all the time. And if Jaden's blurry and, I just went for a piss and spoke to the wife for a quick second. She said, like, the volume keeps dropping in and out and that sort of stuff. So if that's something that's going to happen, we need to work on that. And, we're learning, guys. So we're 10 episodes in. Just can't thank you all enough for getting on board, and Jaden, for you, Russ, you're looking fucking sexy as fuck, but rugged as fuck at the same time. So we've had a good night, mate. It's been mint, and certainly don't underestimate when the two of us to get together and get on the piss we can yarn. So thanks, mate.
I also forgot too that we probably should have announced at the start. We're looking at doing a little giveaway. We haven't locked in prizes or anything necessarily. But check in on Instagram, and we'll organise a giveaway. And it's just a little thanks to the people who are supporting us. Yeah, and it's not like you're going to win bloody 100 grams worth of shit, but a bit for everyone, and myself and Brad and stuff will give it some stuff away, and maybe we'll get to maybe a 50 episode. We'll do a big stonker, but we want to give away. Big thanks to again the idea of having the supporters and stuff like that, and companies getting around us it's not for us, it's for you guys, a bit of entertainment, and might end up with a bit of free stuff. So keep an eye on Instagram. We'll keep you updated, and we'll
absolutely
giveaway.
Legend. Righto. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Thanks to everyone that's tuned in tonight.
Get your discounts. Thanks for everyone that tuned in.
Yeah.
Get on the socials.
Episode 10.
We've done questions.
Beautiful.
Here's to 100 more.
Yeah. Cheers, brother. Thanks, legends. See you on episode 11.
Yeah.